which are less than a quorum. So let me know when you start doing that. Okay, we'll just note, even though we're not in a public Brown Act meeting yet, we're not there because we don't have a quorum of this commission. We have 4 members of the commission here, and we need a 5th. We have 2 commissioners that are on their way, 1 commissioner in San Diego and 1 commissioner who is ill. So we'll have, I think we'll have a quorum, but it may not be until about 9:20 or 9:30. So in order to use everybody's time as efficiently as possible, I thought we would just have an informal discussion here that will not be deemed a Brown Act hearing because we don't have a quorum. We cannot actually take any action, and we will not be taking any action. But we could have just a discussion of several things. And one thing that we would discuss and may we'll discuss again at the public hearing is an agenda item that has to do with the 27 recommendations that this commission had made to eradicate deputy gangs and deputy cliques from the sheriff's department. And as part of that, those recommendations were made some time ago. Actually, they were made back in, if I recall correctly, the commission actually adopted those recommendations of the commission's special counsel back in early March of 2023. And we have been tracking those recommendations. And I must say the sheriff and the sheriff's department has been tracking those recommendations. And we've had some ongoing discussions of them, including, I thought, a very good discussion at our last commission meeting on March 20th, in which the Sheriff Luna gave us his assessment of where the sheriff's department believes it stands with respect to those recommendations. So just by way of background, that's on our agenda, but my report that I was going to give when we went on, when we were in a public hearing was just a note that we have taken to heart the presentation that was made by Sheriff Luna at our last meeting as to the assessment of his assessment and the department's assessment. We also had received from the department on around February 4th of this year an assessment of the 27 recommendations. So we've also considered those. And so based upon that, we updated the commission's January 5th, 2025 assessment as to where things stood with respect to the 27 recommendations. I don't see, I do see Deputy Executive Director Ochoa, Dr. Ochoa. Why don't you come forward because you're part of this discussion, I think. Thank you. But you probably have a seat right there if you can, right? Are there chairs that I can't see? Well, you don't have to get that chair. Just there's no chair in front of that place where people are supposed to come and be able to sit and talk to us? I guess they have to stay. I guess you have to stand to talk to us. Okay, while we're getting a chair for Dr. Ochoa, let me just say, Sheriff, by way of brief summary, that I think that our assessment that we've attached to the agenda is a very positive one. We have concluded that of the 27 recommendations, and by the way, only 26 apply to the Sheriff's Department. One is directed at the Inspector General. But of the 26 recommendations, we've assessed that 20 of them have either been adopted or implemented by the department or partially adopted and implemented. So I think that's a pretty good success rate. One of our main concerns as a commission is that the policy with respect that's been recommended by this commission and by under the special counsel's report, but actually recommended by this commission going back to your predecessor, Villanueva, is that there be an outright ban on participating or joining or being a member of a deputy clique. And we've defined that very narrowly. We're not talking about the bowling team at the station. We're talking about groups that are exclusionary, groups of deputies that are workplace related. They're not authorized by the captain or the sheriff's department command structure to exist, that interfere with the chain of command within the sheriff's department, and have had other adverse impacts. So we've defined it very carefully as to what a deputy clique is. And frankly, everybody knows what a deputy clique is. I mean, they've been in existence now for 30 to 50 years in the sheriff's department. They're deeply embedded and entrenched. So the only issue, I speak here as the chair and one commissioner, but there may be other issues other commissioners have, but the only issue I have is the fact that recommendation number 3 that would ban participation in deputy cliques has not been adopted. And we understand it's been in a meet and confer process, by the way. We do understand that it's nothing is being done, but the meet and confer process has been ongoing now for 2 years. So we think that's an important recommendation. But other than that, I just want to say, and I'll say it on the record, I think the sheriff has done a truly commendable job in not only tracking, but taking leadership to get rid of deputy gangs and deputy cliques in the department. Now that said, before I turn it over to you, Sheriff, both to respond to that, by the way, and perhaps why don't you hold your general comments to, hopefully we'll have a quorum, but I just wanted to add one other thing because I've looked at them again. I've looked at, for example, recommendation 1, 4, 5. There are a lot of recommendations that we said were partially implemented. And we did that mainly because there's no deputy clique policy that's been adopted. But the reality is, in looking deeper at it, I think that you and through your leadership and your leadership, your management team at the department actually has implemented 1, 4, 5, and some of the others. The only reason we have them as partially implemented is that the deputy clique ban hasn't been implemented. So we might want to go back and reconsider that. This is a draft for the full commission, and and in any event, we'll be updating this in a matter of, a couple of months, 2 or 3 months. We're going to regularly do this until hopefully all of them have been adopted or you've rejected them, one of the two. So with that in mind, and by the way, discuss anything you want here, but unfortunately, it's not a public hearing, but everybody here is entitled to listen to what we're saying. We understand that. So just respond to the issue of the 27 recommendations or 26 recommendations, and then anything else you want to discuss.
Well, good morning, Chair Bonner, and thank you for that, and to the members of the Civilian Oversight Commission. As I reported at last month's meeting from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department perspective, out of the 26 recommendations that were assigned to our department, we classify 19 of them as either completed or significantly in progress. And there's 5 others that we started or are underway. And I know there's some, hopefully what will be healthy discussion around the disparities between both. But I said this last month, and I'm going to repeat it because I think it's worth repeating, that at least I appreciate the effort and work that was done into these recommendations. I think all of them, even though I may not agree with 1 or 2, are all good. And there's been a lot of work that's gotten us here by a lot of bodies, not only the Civilian Oversight Commission, but I acknowledge the work of the Inspector General and his office, with all the work that's been done to get us here where we're at.
Sheriff, could let me hit the pause button just for a moment because I see that Commissioner Hicks has just arrived and had a flat tire, and that accounts for the fact that he's a bit late. Thank you, Commissioner Hicks, for being here. That now gives the Oversight Commission a quorum. And I want to give just Commissioner Hicks just a moment to gather his notes, yellow pad, whatever. Okay. And I know you're in mid-sentence here, so I'm going to let you sort of complete the thought on the 27 recommendations. Then I'll go back to the top of the agenda. But
do you want to put us on the record first?
Let me just say, I should say before we proceed further, if I interrupt your train of thought, by the way, we gave you 20 wholly or partially. You shaded it down to 19, but look, anyway, it's okay. Let me just pause there for a moment, and then we're going to go back to the issue of the 27 recommendations on the agenda. Can we go on the record, Tracy? Or you want to get a 2-minute warning, or do we need?
Would you like to take roll call?
Well, what I want to do is I'm going to actually just start. I've got my script here. I'm just going to start and roll with it. Okay, and then we're going to go back to the sheriff. But we are going to do a roll call and all that. So this is going to take a couple of minutes here. Okay, good morning and welcome, everyone. Let me call this meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission for the Sheriff's Department to order. This meeting is, by the way, something of a milestone for our commission. This is the actually 100th public meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission, going back to our first meeting of the commission in January 2017. We've had, by the way, we've had about a half a dozen or so meeting places. They've all been the temporary meeting places for the commission since we started. I won't bother to name them all, but this is the first time we're holding a public meeting in the Hall of Records hearing room. And we appreciate all of you joining us here today. I particularly appreciate also the Sheriff Luna for joining us, Inspector General Max Huntsman, and all of you. We have a full agenda, and we haven't started on it. I'm going to recap it very briefly, but we would encourage community members to share their views at appropriate times that are relevant to agenda items, and then there'll be general public comment at the end, toward the end of our meeting, and we do need to recess at 1 p.m. Guess we should just go through, Tracy. I'm going to ask you if you would just advise the members of the community that are here with us in the Hall of Records hearing room, as well as those that are here virtually, of the how they can make public comment with respect to agenda items.
Thank you, Chair Bonner. I will go into public comment and the rules of conduct, code of conduct, and the public rules. At this time, those wishing to speak in person, please turn in your public comment card. To the right of me, you will see a sign, a blue sign with the public comment notation. Those attending the meeting remotely via WebEx, please raise your hand. If you are on the phone, please press *3. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to comment on specific agenda items. Must cease speaking once the allotted time expires. General public comment must be limited to topics within the Commission's jurisdiction and will be heard near the end of each meeting. Please be respectful of the views expressed here. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts this meeting is subject to being removed. I will now turn over the public comment rules to my colleague Robert in Spanish.
Le damos la bienvenida a esta reunión a miembros de la comunidad que hablan español. No tenemos un intérprete, pero todavía puedes hacer comentarios públicos. Sus comentarios serán traducidos al inglés para la comisión después de la reunión. Si desea hablar en persona, completa una tarjeta en la mesa que dice comentarios públicos. Si desea hablar por Webex, levanta la mano en Webex o presione asterisco 3 en su teléfono. Simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar y le diremos cómo proceder. Le daremos 2 minutos para comentarios públicos. Gracias.
Yes, okay, Tracy, call the roll to establish that we do have a quorum of the commission.
Thank you. Chair Bonner,
Here,
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, absent. Co-Vice Chair Johnson, absent. Commissioner Callaway, Commissioner Cooper,
Present.
Commissioner Giggins, absent. Commissioner Harris,
Present.
Commissioner Hicks. Chair Bonner, we have a quorum with 5 commissioners present and 3 absent.
all right. Thank you for that. So let's just take care of the consent calendar quickly if we could, and that is, we only have one item on the consent calendar. That's item 4 on the agenda, and that's the approval of the minutes of our last meeting, March 20th, our March 20th meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All of those, anybody abstaining? All right, nobody abstained, so that's 5-0. Let me also announce the presence of Commissioner Johnson, so that not only do we have a quorum, we have 6 commissioners, so we have a super quorum now to proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just to recap, we had a kind of an a non-public hearing, non-Brown Act hearing discussion of the 27 recommendations. I briefly reported on the update that Dr. Ochoa, the Deputy Executive Director of our commission, and I put together, and it's attached to the agenda. And we were just starting a discussion with the sheriff of the 27 recommendations. And I'm going to say it on, because this is on the record. I do want to say that you can always look at a glass as to whether it's half empty or half full, but looking at the half full side, I mean, I'm truly impressed with what the sheriff and the sheriff's department has done to take seriously the 26 recommendations of the Oversight Commission to get rid of deputy gangs and deputy cliques within the sheriff's department. I think a lot of progress has been made. We, in fact, have determined, our assessment is that 20 of the 26 recommendations have either been implemented by the sheriff's department or they're in the process of being implemented. So, by the way, that's, to me, that's a good solid B anyway. Work hard. Obviously, we're still looking for the A, but, and I was just saying before Commissioner Johnson and I guess Commissioner Hicks arrived that we're still troubled that recommendation number 3 is stuck in the meet and confer process, but we understand there is a meet and confer process and that it's being pursued, and we're hopeful one day that that particular recommendation will be adopted, because we do think it's essential to actually rooting out a deep cultural issue within the sheriff's department that's existed well before Sheriff Luna became sheriff. It goes back at least 3 decades and arguably 5 decades. It's deeply cultural issue, and it requires, I think, a clear ban on participation or joining deputy cliques as we've defined them. I realize ALADS likes to distort how we've defined deputy cliques, and others do, but we've defined them very narrowly. They're exclusionary. They're subgroups that are within stations or units of the sheriff's department. They are exclusionary. They do not allow all deputies within that station to be able to join. They select who joins. They select who joins through shot callers that they have. You can't just join one. You put that tattoo of theirs on, which identifies them, and you haven't been authorized to do so. I can't be sure, but you might get a bullet through the tattoo. One cowboy tattoo up in Palmdale was shot through the tattoo. There's a dispute as to why that happened, but I think it's related to the fact that there is a deputy clique in Palmdale, and it's called the Cowboys, and there's still exist. Just as the rattlesnakes still exist in Lancaster. They may have gone undercover. They don't use the name anymore, but they have the tattoo. They have the association in Lancaster, and it's still, and it's a clique. I think all these deputy cliques are deputy gangs, but we've discussed the distinction there. In any event, so that's that one recommendation. I know it's a meet and confer, and probably every meeting we've ever had, I've asked you, is there ever going to be an impasse declared? Is there ever going to be a policy that that essentially it makes clear that deputy cliques, that association of deputies needs to be banned, and that it can be done legally and constitutionally. And if you have any doubts about that, please refer to the legal opinion that I wrote, because I couldn't get county council to write one, which makes it clear that the sheriff and the sheriff's department can legally and constitutionally ban participation in deputy cliques as we've defined them. I'm sorry, Sheriff, but I make that point, I think, every time, and that's the big one. The rest of them, including the two that, at least for the moment, the sheriff's department is rejecting, we understand that. We might want to come back to those two at some point, but okay. And so we were in that, that was sort of the preface.
Can you summarize one more, how many you believe are at a level of completion and what number you put on that?
We had a pretty low number, 4 that were totally implemented. And I think 16 were partially implemented. Dr. Ochoa will correct me if I don't have, by the way, I'm supposed to have that in my packet. Is it here?
So,
Yeah, so it's roughly that number. If I have at the end of it, we summarize what we believe is the case. So just let me hold a moment. I mean, I don't want to I do not want to misstate. This is, by the way, an assessment that, 4 recommendations fully implemented, 16 recommendations partially implemented, 4 recommendations not implemented. 2, by the way, are at least at this point rejected. We think we might want to take those up with you. That's the involuntary rotation policy, the need for that. And the other one that's been rejected is the flattening of the command structure within the sheriff's department. We just think there are too many levels between the sheriff and the captains of the station, because you have to get the captains on board to carry out your policies. And you should have a management study on that. Don't take our word for the fact that you need to flatten that structure. And you can use some of those positions for the second captain positions if you need a second captain in certain problematic stations. But those 2 are rejected. So that's a kind of a, one of them, and that's when we're going to get to that, recommendation number 19 is directed to the Inspector General, and we're going to actually make a formal request for information on that one.
I just want to note that for the record, a 20 out of 26 is not a B. 20 out of 26 is in the C range. And I don't want to do any grade inflation on this commission,
Right.
no matter how charitable we might be in our scoring. So be that as it may,
It might be a C+.
I just
though.
want to state for the
Okay.
record that it's not in the B range, okay?
All right. Okay. So we had to kind of recap that, and we had, sorry, but the sheriff was in the middle of kind of responding, and unfortunately, that's when we got the quorum. So, Sheriff, I don't know whether you might want to recap what you said a little bit, and let's complete the discussion of the 27 recommendations. Say, turn it on when you speak.
There we go. Got it. Thank you.
You don't have to have it on, but you just have to remember to turn it on. Oh, of course, Commissioner Cowan.
I mean, if we're going to debate on the scoring question, when you have a half a point, you're not even a C. Like, it's 4 done. The other 16 are halves. So I don't know what that score is, but we have to, when it's people's lives that we're talking about and families that are affected, I'm a glass half empty person. Like, we have to do better. There is progress, sure, but we have to do better.
Okay, I think the sheriff, though, is doing a good job in getting these implemented, but even more important, it's getting the message out to the rank and file deputies, that it's not a good idea to be participating or joining deputy gangs or deputy cliques. And I know he's done that, and I applaud him for it. So Sheriff, you have the floor.
Just want to note that I'm in Lancaster and I've heard of a new deputy gang. And I haven't heard any captain reach out. I haven't heard any information here about the new school deputy gang that's emerging. So again, I'm definitely understanding that we can say that progress has been made, but if there's new gangs coming out, that's concerning to me that we haven't even had any type of information on what's going on, how is the investigation going, is it a thing, is it not a thing? Like those are the type of issues we need to really be talking about so that everybody in the community can feel like there's an honest, actual approach. And it's not just a report with words of partially implemented.
Okay, so Sheriff, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you again. Not to repeat everything I said before we had a quorum, but just acknowledging and thanking all the members of the Civilian Oversight Commission for all the work that's gone into this over the last several years. All the recommendations here are taken very serious. We analyze each of them. We figure out, do we make a left? Do we make a right? And I also want to thank the Inspector General and his office because they've been heavily involved in the work to get rid of a lot of the behavior that some of you are describing. Whether it's, we're saying deputy gangs, we're talking about deputy cliques, subgroups, whatever you want to call them, the behavior that's associated with them is unacceptable. And just before I get back, Mr. Callaway, I know at the last meeting, I believe it was Commissioner Johnson who said somebody, an anonymous person had come to him and stated that there was a new deputy gang up in Lancaster. I believe he was contacted to get all the information that we possibly could to verify any allegation coming forward that there is either a new gang, a new clique, a new tattoo, any of that to be investigated. It has to be investigated. We don't come up here and talk about a gang because somebody makes an allegation. We don't ignore it. We can't ignore it. And this is the process that we've been going through. It is slower because we can make the argument that before 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we probably weren't doing what we should have been doing when these allegations came forward. So we're adjusting, we're moving forward. But like I said before, there's still a lot of work to do. I don't deny that. So I just want to lay that down as a foundation. And I appreciate, I know we're saying B, C, A. At the end, I don't want anything. And I don't think the majority of my department, who are amazing people, deserve anything less than an A. But yet we have to articulate why we deserve it. I get that. So just to go back to the numbers, I do differentiate with some of the numbers that are laid out, and I'm going to explain as best I could why. So I reported last month that I believe that 19 of the recommendations have been either completed or significantly in progress. Again, that's 19. 5 are either in the planning stages of adoption or underway. And then there are 2, as stated multiple times, that we disagree with at this time. Doesn't mean we'll never go back to them. They're not bad ideas. We just have to try and muddle through the details and figure out how to get there. Now, I do want to bring up something that is at somewhat contention. When we talk about cliques, again, any of the activity associated with it, absolutely wrong. Don't accept it. Don't ever want anybody in the community to accept it, any of you to accept it. I will not. But a disagreement is that, yes, we are currently in meet and confer and continue to be as it relates to cliques. As you know, we bifurcated the gang policy from the click policy. We now have what I believe to be a much stronger deputy gang policy. When you go back to the click policy, the department does have a click policy, but it can absolutely, and I will not debate it with anybody, that it has to be stronger. That's what's in meet and confer, just like the gang policy was. So when we say in some of these recommendations that, well, you don't have a click policy, that's inaccurate. There is a click policy. But again, I'm not going to sit here and tell any of you that it's what I would have put in there, that it doesn't need to be stronger. It does. But I also want to remind everybody that before I got here, it was never utilized to discipline anybody. That changed. We have actually disciplined individuals for that existing click policy. And that's where I differentiate, because a lot of the items that we're saying are not done are done. Again, I know they got to be better, but there is a click policy. And so I just want to make sure everybody understands that, because I think if I listen, or the community listens to you, and by the way, I think it's embarrassing that we're talking about gangs and cliques. I get that. Should be talking about other things, but it's an issue, it's a problem, we're working on it. But the fact that we're saying, well, there's no click policy, that's actually inaccurate. There is. I hope that makes sense. So
Well,
when you go back to
sure.
these recommendations, the words are a little twisted. So that's our perspective, and I welcome your comments.
Yeah, let me just come, because we've discussed this, but yeah, there is, I would agree with you, there is a click policy. It was adopted by your predecessor, Villanueva, in February 2020. So there's a click policy, but the policy doesn't ban association in a deputy click. It bans being in a subgroup that violates the rights of others. By the way, that's a prove-up point. So, but the core of the problem is the association. That's what has to be banned. If it's a workplace association, if it's exclusionary, if it's not authorized by the captain or you as sheriff to be a station bowling team or what have you, it should be banned. This does not involve deputies associating with whoever they want outside the workplace. But when these are deputies that are associated to actually impact the workplace, and they have impacted the workplace, they continue to, I believe, impact the workplace. And frankly, I think it's time for ALADs to start thinking about their other deputies they represent, because these cliques have been harmful to their members. They talk to their members. I mean, the people that get excluded from these cliques, that where there's a call for backup and they don't get backup. These are all things that they're in the report and recommendation. And it's not like they cease to exist, and they will not cease to exist until there's a ban on association of exclusionary, unauthorized, workplace-related deputy cliques that have names like the executioners, the banditos, the rattlesnakes, the cowboys, the Spartans. They all these things, by the way, they will go lower. They've gone deeper. They've become more secretive in Lancaster, for example, the rattlesnakes, because of the consent decree of 2014. They didn't stop existing, sir. They did not. They continue to exist. They may change their name and all that sort of thing, but they continue to exist in Lancaster Station.
And I'm going to repeat what I said before you started. I don't disagree with you. I'm not debating it, none of it. And I'm working to get there. But just like the arguments last week, not only about this, the declaratory challenges, the legal challenges, let's do it right. Let's do it right so that it sticks in court and we move forward together. And then hopefully in years to come, we never have to deal with this again, because we can all make rash decisions. I say rash, they're not the inappropriate decisions, because again, don't disagree with anything you said. My thing is process. Got to do it the right way.
Understood. I'm concerned with your time because I know you have to leave at about 10. But I also want to make sure you have an opportunity to give a broader report, anything else you want to, anything at all that you think is important for this commission to know about the Sheriff's Department, its operations, or you want to update us on.
Just give me a quick second here as I
Yeah,
switch
go ahead.
documents. Just from a broader perspective, I did just momentarily mention the declaratory relief item, and not to draw a huge argument about that, but I just want to assure the commission and the community that the Sheriff's Department will continue to cooperate all within the parameters of the law. The declaratory relief that we put forward, along with a letter to the State Attorney General for his legal opinion, that we move together for all of us. And I think it not only helps our department, this commission, and bold enough to say, I think it would also help the Inspector General's office to clarify the information that we can legally share with everybody. So I want to make sure that I go back to 2023 and remind the commission that you made 73 requests that year, and 1,573 pages of material were given over to all of you. Last year, 67 COC requests, and we provided approximately 1,321 pages of material. We will continue to do that. We will continue to work with you behind the scenes, but we do have to work within the parameters of the law, and that will be clarified. Just real quick, in regards to some crime statistics for us. Part 1 crime overall, total Part 1 crime is down 6.7%. And just as a reminder, those are all of the categories that include violent crime and property crime. So our deputies out there working with our community in partnership are doing a pretty good job of working a lot of, whether it's burglary, robbery, auto theft, larceny, all of those items in separate parts of the county. It's a little bit unique and different. We'll have different challenges, but I can assure you that through our crime strategy unit, they're doing a much better job of analyzing crime, responding to it using data instead of blaming it on other folks. So we're doing much better in that area.
Thank you for that. Let me open it up for questions of my fellow commissioners of the sheriff before. Yeah, yes, Commissioner Cooper.
Sheriff Luna, I really appreciate the efforts you are making to improve the department. So I just want you to know that. But I do have a concern, and if you would address it, because I know the budget is really, really tight. But I also heard with the incident in the juvenile halls that the families are now suing the department. A lot of those funds could be used to improve your department. I'm just concerned what is being done to decrease some of these lawsuits.
Are we talking about LA County Probation and Juvenile Halls?
Yeah, at the juvenile halls.
Yeah,
Sheriff's
and
Department.
just for clarification, that's a different department.
It is?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
LA County Probation oversees all juvenile operations. And so we would have to get the probation chief in here to answer any questions related to risk assessment. But I will carry that over, the question to how we're attempting to reduce risk. If you look at the Sheriff's Department, our department, the number one payouts that we pay out for are traffic collisions. And then right in that top three is some challenges we have with operators and dispatchers at some of our substations, taking in calls, dispatching calls, where risk occurs. So from a traffic collision perspective, we've been working very closely with county council. We've been going out nationally to look for best practices on how we can reduce that liability by looking at policy, by looking at enhancing our training. Training has been significantly deficient in our department for several years. A lot of that due to the lack of staffing. Don't make excuses. We're trying to figure out a way to get our deputies into training, not only for collisions, but other things as well. So as we move forward, you will be hearing about our department working with other county partners to reduce our footprint in some areas to bring deputies back to some of our core functions. One of those is training. As we do that, you will see the liability start to reduce when, again, we're focused on that policy portion, the training, and then obviously holding people accountable. That will help reduce that liability. In regards to the dispatchers and operators, I'm sure you've heard that we are in the process of putting out a request for purchase, RFP, for our computer-aided dispatch system. That's going to completely change the way the LA County Sheriff's Department intakes calls and dispatches calls. Part of that, our proposal is to professionalize those positions so you actually have law enforcement technicians or operator dispatchers who will have a lot more training than hypothetically a deputy working the desk that sometimes we put there with limited training, and that will enhance their capabilities and really provide a lot better service to our community. So those are some of the things we're working towards. I'm excited about it because our CAD system is over 39 years old, and it's amazing what our employees do with the limitations they have in equipment and technology that they've been operating under for so many years. Those are just two examples. But yeah, just for clarification, I get that question a lot. Everyone thinks we're in charge of probation as well, or juvenile hall. We are not. We assist them whenever possible. But mixing adults and kids can get very tricky with the law. And we prefer to stick with the adults and not the juvenile custody facilities.
And we don't want to give the sheriff more problems. Okay, so let me say, by the way, I'll ask a question about it, but the sheriff was kind enough to give me an extraordinary tour of the sheriff's communication or dispatch center just the other day. And I was certainly impressed with the personnel there. I got to see how the old 1970s CAD system was working or not working so well, and how the decentralization issues that are involved with dispatch and so forth. But I just say excellent tour, and I hope that might be available to any commissioner here that might want to actually see the sheriff's communication or dispatch center. And you can respond to that. But the key question I wanted was, we're going to be discussing budget priority items here, and I know there's some funding to get the CAD system, the new CAD system, CAD's 2.0 off the ground, but are there budgetary issues that the commission should be aware of and perhaps could help support with respect to modernizing the CAD system?
Yeah, modernizing the system I just talked about, which enhances our abilities and improves our service to the community. The startup costs are roughly about $55 million. And I know that as we're moving forward, there is some money that's put away for that, but that's an investment, unfortunately, we have to make. And just as a reminder, on January 1st, while we were in the middle of the Rose Parade and Rose Bowl, really still on the lookout because we had 2 terrorist attacks throughout the United States that morning, our CAD system completely went down. That is not good for anybody who lives in LA County. And unfortunately, for a lot of reasons, we don't have the time why it was allowed to deteriorate to that level. But my job is to fix it. And I've come forward with what I think will be a very good plan. I've been talking to all 5 of our supervisors. They understand the need. I have no doubt that with their support, we will get there to provide a new computer-aided dispatch system.
Yeah, nonetheless, well, I'd ask Commissioner Harris as the lead of our budget ad hoc to make sure we look at that and see if there are ways we could support the sheriff's department with respect to.
Well, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, it was supported.
Okay, thank you. You know, by the way, kudos to the sheriff's department in terms of its response and protection and security for Altadena in the aftermath of the fire there and its response to the fires generally. I mean, it was important and impressive. Other comments or questions?
Yes, Sheriff. It's just great to have you here today. And I just want to note that even in responding to questions about technology, about jurisdiction, it's such a pleasure to see a sheriff who responds to questions respectfully and with clarity, even when the possible answers could be just to dismiss or to say there's something that might be a reference for people to look at that isn't an explanation of the kind that you provide. I don't take that for granted. I don't think any of us take that for granted from our sheriff. And I just want you to know how much that's appreciated and how you take your role as a communicator on behalf and a diplomat on behalf, an ambassador on behalf of the department seriously. I just wanted to raise one question that I think hangs over me and maybe many other Angelenos when it comes to the Emmett Brock case and the questions raised by some of the litigation and the guilty plea by the dismissed officer, whom I want to compliment you for dismissing from the department, Joseph Benza, in the wake of that case. But there are just 2 issues that I think hang over many of us. I know they are not lost on you as someone who cares deeply about LGBTQ people and our family members, that about the initial review in that case that cleared Officer Benza that was found to be falsified and was found to be erroneous, especially in wake of the federal guilty plea by the officer and the resolution of that case with the DOJ announcement, which sadly has been eliminated from the Department of Justice website because it contains reference to the transgender victim of that crime and has been erased from the Department of Justice website as a result of the purging of documents by this new administration. But I wanted to ask about that investigation and whether steps were taken to address what clearly was a wrongful conclusion of in-policy conduct by that officer. And second, out of the spotlight from that case and the many dimensions of accountability for it, what has been done to redress the humiliating treatment that Emmett Brock was subjected to at the station, being forced to show genitals to members of that staff on duty, and the humiliating treatment that I think many Angelenos fear upon detention or arrest as a result of the reports from that case that Emmett Brock experienced. Could you provide any follow-up on those 2 areas?
I'm surprised you only have 2 concerns. I have many more. I'm very concerned about that case from beginning. And I say to the end, we're definitely not at the end. I think as the commissioners are aware, that became a federal investigation. Yeah, there's going to me, as angry as I get about the circumstances, I think there's going to be opportunities there and try and gain the momentum of anything we learn from the beginning as to that initial investigation, why it may have been cleared, and obviously the very troubling allegations And I say allegations, I mean, the deputy, former deputy pleaded guilty. So there's going to be a lot to learn from every bits and pieces, not only for the individual actions of the employees involved, but everyone in the chain of command and what they did or didn't do. In regards to what happened at the custody facility at the station, again, unacceptable. We have very strict policies about what we can and cannot do. If somebody falls short, there will be anything from retraining to discipline. But again, it's an opportunity to share with all of our stations, all the way up to the IRC of what we should or should not be doing. And we're going to learn from this, and we're going to get better. And that's my job, to make sure that happens.
Other questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Callaway.
Just wanted to understand about the deputy gangs, and when I say that, any group, like you said, is why is it so hard to implement the policies that you use for civilian gangs? Like when you do civilian gangs, you do assess tattoos. Or else it's very hard to say somebody's in a deputy gang if you have a tattoo and you beat them up and the person is saying you're shouting out your gang name or the name of the gang and all this stuff, but none of that can be used in order to discipline. And ultimately my question is you say that it's that it's a slow process to decide on the process, but there's been a process that we've been using against civilians for decades. It's just like, why don't we use some of those things that obviously someone thinks is good, or else we wouldn't be using them?
All good concerns and questions. When I talk about specifically the process, I'm talking about the meet and confer process when you're dealing with labor for the County of Los Angeles. So for example, when we instituted our deputy gang policy, we had one in place. We went back, made it much stronger, and now it's policy. This click policy, it deals more, and I think county council would be in a better position to explain the legal aspects of what a click is and everything Judge Bonner
No,
said, or Commissioner
they cannot
Bonner.
explain it to you. We can explain it to you, but they cannot explain it to you
Well-
because they've done nothing about it for 30 years. Okay?
I'm not going to defend them. I'm just saying that I have to follow a process and I have to follow the law. Not making excuses. I'm just saying that I'm in this meet and confer process. If I get ahead of that, then what I'm doing is I'm in a sense just blowing it. So I have to stick to that process. And from a legislative perspective, for gangs in the communities, those are legislative fixes. We depend on the law to guide us in that arena. But this is why I have mentioned several times that for the first time in our history, I have enforced the deputy gang policy that's in existence. And we have other investigations going on. I believe one of the items on your agenda is in reference to the Inspector General and him overseeing some of that information as we move forward.
Yeah, understood. My thing is that when we talk about like how we're gonna implement the ability to eliminate gangs, like last month, I asked, are you gonna consider tattoos? And you said that that's not a thing that we're considering. I'm saying that part of that process, the part of making the policy robust enough so we can eliminate gangs and not just make it so where they are allowed to go underground. So that's all. That's what I'm saying. I understand that there's a meet and confer, but if we don't use all the same tools that we use against civilian gangs, against the deputy gangs, I think we're missing a big piece.
And Commissioner Callaway, if I could address that, the sheriff talked to you about the click policy and the meet and confer that's still going on as to that. As to the completed meet and confer on 13670 policy, which now mirrors 13670, your point is correct. The investigative techniques that the Sheriff's Department uses against the public are not the same ones that they use amongst themselves. For instance, they still do not photograph gang tattoos unless the person allows them to. That is not the practice on the street at all. As far as I know, the banditos and the executioners, the gangs that are potential gangs that the undersheriff has said are gangs, have never had their full membership identified so that they can be assessed for whether or not they're violating 13670 through their exclusion of certain racial groups. And that would require looking at everybody's tattoo, photographing them all, getting a full list of the folks and figuring out who's in the group. They've never failed to do that with any street gang. And yet we see it continue to fail here with respect to the gang policy that is now described as adopted. It's adopted, but it's not implemented, and yet it has a green category in your report card list. So as you said, it is our job to monitor. We've attempted to do that. We all know how that's gone, and we'll keep trying.
Let me just say a couple of things. One, there will be a further update of the report card of the commission on the 26 recommendations. And probably we'll set that out maybe to our June or July hearing, but we'll continually update this because we know if we lose focus on it, it can, not that you will lose focus on it, Sheriff. I know you're committed, but we don't want to lose focus, particularly on the banning of this associational aspect of that deputy clerks have the problems they've caused for the department and will continue to cause until they're gone. Anyway, let me say that besides that, as it was just mentioned, this is a good segue. The department, you have adopted a policy that prohibits joining or participating in law enforcement gangs as defined by state statute 13670. And that went into effect in October, and that takes me to recommendation number 19 of the 27 recommendations, and that is the recommendation that the Inspector General monitor the essentially implementation of policies that are adopted, and in particular the policy that now prohibits participation in law enforcement gangs. Understand, by the way, that means you have to show that under 13.670, you have to show that not only is there a subgroup, but that subgroup within the Sheriff's Department has engaged in a pattern of illegal or misconduct or illegal behavior or unprofessional behavior. Pattern, by the way, means more than one. I just want to mention parenthetically, you couldn't even prove that the Banditos are a deputy gang under the law enforcement gang statute based upon the Kennedy Hall incident. It was one incident. You have to prove a pattern of illegal conduct. Very hard to do. But nonetheless, that policy's been implemented. And so we have, and it's attached to the agenda, a request of the Inspector General pursuant to recommendation number 19, that he monitor and provide us a report, hopefully at our next meeting, ideally, which will essentially advise, and you're going to have to talk to the Sheriff's Department about this, but will tell us how many deputies have been investigated for violation of the new policy adopted last October, how many have been disciplined under the new policy adopted last October. And I think while we're at it, since the sheriff has mentioned I don't call it a deputy click policy, I call it Villanueva's way of not actually addressing deputy clicks, but that policy of February 20, why don't you also take a look at how many people have been investigated, disciplined under that policy as well?
That was the question I wanted to ask earlier, is that if you have disciplined people under that, could you guesstimate how many might have been disciplined under that, if it's a number that you have a sense of?
I do not.
Okay.
But you know for a fact that some have.
Under my administration, yes.
I think technically they might have been disciplined under the former policy of Villanueva, though, rather than under 13, under the law enforcement, the the anti-law enforcement gang policy that you adopted in October. Do you know one way or the other? It's important to me, but
It was under the old policy.
that's what I thought. Okay, so there's an irony there, but I won't say anything more. Okay. So I think we're ready to, we don't need a motion on this. As chair, I've requested and it's attached to the agenda, that the Inspector General report back to us on that, to collect that data and report back to us ideally at the next session. Is that, by the way, is that agreeable to you, Mr. Huntsman?
So I was going to say, you don't need a motion. We're already on it and we're working on it.
And you'll report back to this commission?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right. Now I think we can go return back to we skipped over, we go back to item 6A on the agenda. See what that is. 6A is this is the report on the status of a lawsuit to enforce the commission's 3 document subpoenas, and also respond to the sheriff's declaratory relief action titled Sheriff Luna versus the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission, which was filed on March 18th of this year. So in other words, we've got a lawsuit we're filing, and we are going to be responding to a lawsuit. And I want to make this very clear on the record when we discuss both the enforcement of our subpoena and the declaratory relief action, that it is county council that is advising the sheriff to essentially not respond to our subpoenas by providing confidential information that we requested under our 3 subpoenas to this commission in closed session. It's county council that is advising the sheriff not to do that. So the county council, otherwise, I believe the sheriff would have provided the documents that we requested, unredacted, confidentially to this commission in closed session under circumstances in which the commission itself would, of course, maintain confidentiality. So I just want to make sure that, when there was a news story, just before our last meeting, in which the sheriff was criticized for not providing the documents. He's not providing these documents based upon advice of county council that he would be violating the law of the state of California if he did so, and he can't provide them in closed session to us because county council says we can't go into closed session. By the way, we disagree with the county council's legal position on this. I want you to, on both those issues. But I can respect the sheriff's position if I were in his shoes. I would say, well, if they're telling me I would be violating state law, the penal code, to turn over documents to this commission, well, you have to not turn them over, and we have to litigate it now and get a judicial decision on these issues. That's basically what our enforcement actions are going to be all about. So I just, by way of background, this commission at its last meeting was to have appear before us a personal appearance from a custodian of records of the sheriff's department to produce the records we requested under 3 subpoenas, one involving the Brock Force Incident Report, one involving the Perez Force Incident Report, and a third involving the Guardado investigative reports, because Guardado, there were investigative reports, and of course that one involved the use of lethal force. So that, by way of background, we did not get the documents. We did get a letter from the sheriff's department, from Under Sheriff Tardy. By the way, you want to talk about an 11-hour letter? I got this. We got a letter from under an email to one of our staff members. I think it was Ms. Jordan, about 6 p.m. the night before our hearing on March 20th, saying that they had some objections to providing documents to the commission, but nobody appeared to tell us what they were. And then, just for the record, I need to make a record on this because we're going to court to enforce our subpoenas. That's, by the way, when I say that, the commission at its last meeting directed the chair to work with county council to get us counsel that would enforce these subpoenas. So we are going to court in these subpoenas, and they have been. We've gotten no Brock report. The claim of the sheriff's department is advised by counsel. They have said that that is a ongoing or continuing investigation. They gave us the same heavily redacted Perez force incident report that we received back in 2023. I mean, it's really kind of insulting to just, we subpoenaed the complete unredacted Perez report because we're entitled to have it, even if that means we have to go into closed session. And they provided the same heavily redacted Perez force incident report. By the way, on advice of counsel, apparently, that you can't give the commission confidential documents because counsel says we can't go into closed session. Counsel is wrong, and I'm going to explain that briefly in a minute. Okay, so the third subpoena, but by that, how do I know what the documents are? The afternoon of March 20th, a lieutenant from the Sheriff's Department appeared at the commission offices and produced a thumb drive of the heavily redacted Perez investigation force incident report, of the still significantly redacted, particularly about the gang association, and we're talking the executioners here, between the deputies involved in the Gordado shooting and their chasing Inc. That's all redacted. That's the most important thing we want to see. It's been redacted based on confidentiality, apparently. And then, of course, I think I've summarized all three of them, but we got this on a thumb drive. We've given it to our council, county council. Thank you, county council that's here. Did provide Harv Anand to represent the commission in its enforcement action. Mr. Anand is sitting back here in the audience of this hearing of the Oversight Commission. And he, by the way, is a very experienced lawyer. He has also been the lawyer that enforced our subpoenas against former Sheriff Villanueva, our subpoena that was defied by former Undersheriff Murakami. By the way, when I say Villanueva, former sheriff, he defied it when he was sheriff. He refused to appear on a commission subpoena. So Mr. Anand knows what he's doing. We have good counsel. And we've been assured that Mr. Anand, by county council, can assert the legal positions that the commission believes need to be asserted in this litigation. And I'm on a slight soliloquy here, but this is a really important issue, so just bear with me for a moment. Because, I'm stating what the commission's legal position is. And our legal position on going into closed session, our legal position on ability to access confidential documents, even confidential documents in closed session under our subpoenas, our position is we can do that. County council takes an opposite position. And, sometimes lawyers disagree. But I want to say this before commenting on our exact legal position, and that is from the start of this commission, and some of us will remember this, from the very beginning of this commission, we have had usually about 3 lawyers that have been appointed by the Board of Supervisors to the commission. I was one of them. And from the beginning, the lawyers on this commission have provided legal advice to the commission. And if I had to even illustrate it briefly, as a lawyer, I wrote a legal opinion that the sheriff can ban deputy clicks within the department. That was me. That wasn't county council. That was me as a commissioner and a lawyer on this commission. And Sean Kennedy has given legal advice to this commission. Jamon Hicks is now the only other lawyer on the commission other than me, but we can give legal advice to this commission. We have commissioners that have done that from the very beginning. So, I mean, I don't understand why county council can't understand that we have legal positions that are actually sometimes better thought out and better reasoned than county council. But even if they're not, they're legitimate legal positions we're asserting. So I'll just say that I'll also say something too. I mean, when we take legal positions and we explain them to the commission, we explain them to the public. This is full transparency. We don't just take a legal position and tell you we're taking a position. We tell you why we're taking the legal position. By the way, try to get county council to do that sometime. Well, why did I write a legal opinion? Because we'd asked county council to revise its 2014 legal opinion that was being used by former Sheriff Villanueva to essentially say that he could not give confidential documents to this commission. That's why. We asked them to do that. They didn't do it. That's why I did it. By the way, I had a lot of support from some pro bono lawyers at Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, my former law firm. But that's why I did it. That's why Sean Kennedy has written legal opinions. And by the way, and that's why we have lawyers on this commission. I would say the board knew full well it's appointing very experienced, capable trial lawyers and litigators. But Jamon Hicks, he's a very well-respected trial lawyer and litigator. I have 50 years of practice, law practice, and as a trial lawyer and litigator. I actually know how, been in court like Jamon has. We've been in court. We know how courts evaluate and interpret statutes. We've done that. Sean Kennedy was a brilliant lawyer, and county council has driven him off this commission. They've driven him off this commission. And yet the Board of Supervisors, will, to my knowledge, still will not even meet with Sean Kennedy so he can understand the problems that are being caused to effective oversight by county council and its very, I'll just say, very restrictive interpretations of statutes that we don't even think a judge would agree on with them on.
Well, let me just note, Chair Bonner, that we also had a member of this commission who has gone on to be a judge, in addition to your previous status as a judge, now serving on this commission. And I raise that to say it's important to have legal acumen of the quality that is represented on this commission involved with the work of this commission, because it enriches the legal profession and it enriches the sense of accountability that Angelenos have, that people who practice law are interacting with the work of accountability that this commission is doing. And I want to encourage rather than discourage as some of this interference and conflicted providing of legal judgment that I think many of us have concerns about as commissioners. It is an important part of the life of this commission that people practicing law interact with our work and take that into other areas of legal practice, and that it informs the Bar of California in the fulfillment of their duties of representation throughout the state. And it's a very rich work that we do here. I want to thank you for the amount of work and the sheer volume that you have been compelled to do, especially over the last month or two, but to recognize the real value of the work that we do and how it informs and enriches the legal profession and how it informs the work of accountability for our law enforcement and for our detention systems in the state. We have to keep up that, and we can't be deterred, we can't be discouraged, we can't be intimidated in doing that kind of work as we go forward.
Okay, so I'm just reading a note. You may need to share that with me again, but so look, thank you for that comment. And I'm sorry for having to explain this. I mean, the only reason I have to explain it is that I don't think the county council office knows this. So I'm explaining it to county council and to the Board of Supervisors and the justice deputies. Please understand this. So that doesn't mean we advise the Board of Supervisors. We don't. County council does that. But there are lawyers on this commission that do advise this commission of legal positions, and we have valid legal positions, and we're gratified that we're going to be able to assert those positions fully in our enforcement action against the Sheriff's Department to enforce our 3 subpoenas. So with that background in mind, you know what our legal positions are. Our legal positions are that we can go into closed session. County council disagrees with that. It says that the ordinance that misstates the Brown Act, that says because we're a Brown Act body, we can't go into closed session, means that's what the board meant that we couldn't go into closed session. I totally disagree with that. That's not what it means. It means that there was an incorrect statement of the Brown Act. Had the board been correctly advised, it probably would have said, because we're a Brown Act body, we can't go into closed session except as permitted by the Brown Act. So I don't know who lawyered that document. It was in 2016, but we totally disagree with the position. And frankly, there's just a disagreement. And so now we're protecting our interest, our independent interest in our subpoena power and our subpoena authority. And we have an independent interest to do so. And we need and will, and I'm glad that we're going to be able to assert the legal position that we are able to go into closed session, even though county council disagrees with us. And the second thing is, we disagree with county council that we can't receive confidential documents under subpoena, under compulsion in closed session. They take their position. We have our position. It's well reasoned. We presented it to them. If there's a concern about that, we can go to the board. If the board says we can't do something, I'm going to listen to it. But the board has not said that. And we have, under the law, we believe under the Brown Act, and under the cases that have interpreted the Brown Act, we believe that a commission such as ours is able to go into closed session to receive confidential documents. And that is our legal position based on sound legal advice. Mr. Hicks, by the way, Jamon has participated in all of the discussions. One other thing I need to add, we did put together, for convenience, and I want to share this with my fellow commissioners, a small litigation steering group. And that's me, Jamon Hicks, and Charmaine, our executive director. But that doesn't mean that the full commission isn't interested. We know that the commission itself is interested in how we're going to enforce subpoenas and the like. So I don't mean to preclude discussions of those things, as awkward as they might be. But we did have a meeting with council. I'm not going to go into detail on it. I'll just say we did have a meeting, the steering group did, about a week ago with Harvanan, and we did discuss a litigation strategy and objectives with him, and got his advice and counsel on those. That's an attorney-client privilege discussion we had, but we did have it. But I think I've stated, without going into that discussion, I've just stated actually before that discussion with Mr. Anand, and I've just restated it, what the legal position of the commission is. So I guess with that, I would only add one thing, and that is that Mr. Anand is also engaged to defend the commission in the declaratory relief action that was filed on March 18th. So he'll be doing both. He's going to file an enforcement action. That's going to be a petition for an order to show cause to the sheriff's department as to why they shouldn't be ordered by the court to comply with our 3 subpoenas, or at least 2 of our 3 subpoenas, maybe all 3. That's maybe a little bit still up in the air. So the only last thing I should, I guess, maybe throw out there, it's a separate discussion, but we had, I think everybody on the commission knows, ALADS did file a Public Record Act request that they want to have the recording of the closed session we had on March 20th. And we right now Mr. Anand is not representing us in that, but I was assured yesterday that there was a experienced county counsel whose name I can't recall. I think it was Nora or Noro, who would be representing us, and probably under the circumstances is going to ask for the 14-day extension of time to respond to the ALADS PRA request, just so you know. But at the end of the day, it's and we can discuss this, by the way, because we don't actually have, Mr. Anand's not representing us in that matter. At the end of the day, certainly it's my legal advice to this commission that we would not provide the recording of our closed session and require ALADS to, if they want it, they're going to have to sue me and the commission to get it. That's that simple, because our legal position is we can't go into closed session to receive, to have an attorney-client privilege discussion, which is all we had. Okay, so sorry for taking that much time with this, but I want to open it up for any questions, comments, thoughts, observations any of our fellow commissioners have with respect to enforcement of the subpoena or defense of the declaratory relief action that PRA requested. Did I summarize it so well that no, there are no questions? As Mr. Commissioner Johnson, I can see it's on the verge.
No, you're good.
Well, you might have a question, actually. You raised it with the sheriff. Let's have, we're commissioned here. We're in public hearing, but we can have a little bit of dialogue between ourselves. You raised the legitimate concerns with respect to the beating of let's say, use of force. I'll try not to make judgment, just use of force against Emmett Brock uh, by a deputy named Benza. I guess I don't have to be that delicate about it. Benza pleaded guilty to unconstitutional use of force against Emmett Brock.
Yes.
So but you might want to, you might want to, there's just a question I have in my mind, and that is, and it's the issue of when the sheriff's department in good faith says that they have an ongoing investigation and that providing a certain document to us would potentially interfere with that investigation. My advice would be that we don't try to enforce that subpoena. Because first of all, on policy reasons, I think it's not a good idea, but I also think legally it's a loser. I think we wait until the investigation is completed. But you might want to ask, we've got Mr. Anand out there, you might want to ask him whether he could, what his legal advice would be. What would it be, Mr. Anand? Could you step to the lectern? If Commissioner Johnson said, why shouldn't we sue on the Brock case? Could you discuss this with us in this open session? Would you, as a lawyer, do you want to sacrifice your bar card? But go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Bonner, and good morning to all the commissioners. I would respectfully advise that we not discuss legal strategy or legal approach during this public meeting. What I would say is that our overall objectives are to fully enforce subpoenas as legally permitted, to vindicate the COC's right to conduct robust oversight without access to information, documents, witnesses. The COC cannot fulfill its mission, cannot perform robust oversight. Those are unassailable positions. They must be vindicated, and we will vigorously seek to vindicate those positions and the COC's rights in court.
Don't stay there. Don't move. So would you be willing to, so you're telling us that should be attorney-client privilege advice. Would you be willing to go into closed session? We did notice this for closed session to discuss what your legal advice on the issue that I posed for Commissioner Johnson about whether or not we should enforce the Brock subpoena.
Chair Bonner, I have to respectfully defer to the position of County Counsel as discussed during last month's meeting that we should not go into closed session for that reason.
Okay, and I would appreciate it. I appreciate your comment. So it is County Counsel's instructions that prevents our attorney representing us in the enforcement action from having a privileged and confidential conversation with the entire commission, because it's not just me that's interested. It's the whole commission. I'm only one commissioner, but I'm going to respect that because I don't think at this juncture we need to go into closed session. At least I would hope that the commission would be, at least for the moment, satisfied if the litigation steering group that I've just identified interacts with Mr. Anand to make sure that the commission's interest and legal positions are fully asserted in the enforcement action and in the declaratory relief action. But I actually I would like to hear from my fellow commissioners that you're okay with that.
Chair Bonner, could I say something about the law on that?
Yeah, of course.
Could you turn off your mic though?
Yeah.
Thank you, because of the feedback. Without going into the details, because as Harv says, we wouldn't want to discuss the details of litigation publicly necessarily. You wouldn't want to. I would point out that 832.7 of the Penal Code has a sliding scale which places very specific requirements upon the Sheriff's Department if they want to keep secret, and I mean non-confidential, documents relating to instances in which great bodily injury has been inflicted. And this law has not been followed by the Sheriff's Department in the whole time that I've been the Inspector General since it's existed. And that includes this administration in the shooting cases. They're required after 30 days, after 60 days, after a certain amount of time to give very detailed, specific answers to exactly your question. And if somebody wants to get access to these, as this commission and the public has asked, the Sheriff's Department can't just say, oh, we're doing the investigation. It has to be, Even though all these stages have been hit, this thing that you're asking for, this particular thing we're redacting would interfere with an investigation. And if that is true, and they really do comply with that 832.7 mandate, then I would agree with your point that a judge might well say, no, we're not going to give that to you. The investigation's still going on. But I have seen it over and over in this sheriff department used so broadly that I'm pretty sure a judge would overrule it. So I think the devil's in the details. So I just wanted to point that out.
No, I think there is potential. I mean, first of all,
Well, there are provisions in the law.
unless it's an active ongoing investigation.
Even in a closed investigation, there is permission for limited, very limited redaction. So there is a possibility to do that. But as you point out, in a closed investigation of lethal force, that redaction should be minimal. That is a reasonable legal position.
What's your question? Well, the point I just wanted to thank the Inspector General for shedding light on that really important bit of legal context. But I guess what I also want to state for the record is that some of the legalisms that are going on with the pursuit of this commission's mission over the last 2 months may be lost on the public, may even be lost on some of the regular attendees at our meetings. But I just want to note for the record that there is a truism that I think is emerging from the work of this commission. And what might rightfully be deemed the retaliatory efforts by some to clamp down on the sunlight and the wattage that we are trying to shine on long ignored cases of great public interest and of great public trauma that have resulted from the inactions and even the cover-ups found in courts of law to have gone on around the brutality that is documented in some of these cases. And that there is a truism that needs to be articulated. And if it is not articulated, it disserves the public and it disserves this commission. That because of the impact we are making, we are being attacked for the transparency that we are trying to bear out for the public. I don't want that to be lost in all of the spirals of arguments and the back and forth that we've had to undertake, especially over the last 2 months. We are being attacked for the impact that our search and quest for transparency is having. And I want to thank all of the participants and the partners in that transparency, because it is an ongoing mission that we are engaged in together. And I do not want that lost, because it is a path that must be pursued to the end of the line. And I want to ask for the patience and the perseverance of all of our partners in that mission, no matter what the minutia, no matter what the doublespeak, no matter what the legalistic terminology that we have to engage in through this process, that it is a quest for transparency, for integrity, and for truth, ultimately, that compels us to pursue this path. And so I want to thank my commissioners for undertaking it, especially for the chair, for the incredible amount of added work that it has forced him to take on, for Commissioner Hicks, for the wise counsel that he has provided through this process, and for all of the participants and partners to keep on this path of work, lest we be deterred and lest we turn back.
No.
Yeah.
This okay.
Can only raise the roof. So
All right,
I
let's just,
want
wait a minute, Commissioner Kelly. Did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, clarification.
No, go ahead. I was just,
Okay.
right.
So,
Control the.
so, and Mr. Anand, that's it?
Or Harv?
You're county council, right? No? You're outside council, okay.
I'm outside counsel.
Okay, so, that's what I'm trying to make sure I understand who's who. So, we shouldn't talk about it in open session, right? That's what we're saying. Shouldn't talk about strategies in open session.
Correct,
And then we can't go into closed session,
correct.
but then, but then we can talk about it as long as the commission's compartmentalized. So you two can talk about it with the council, but then we could never get back together to talk about it ever. Like I'm not saying this to say don't have the meeting because I trust you, but that feels very weird to me that would be the setup. It was like, because two of us meeting with you is a closed session, technically. Like, why wouldn't you be able to add the other three? Like, I just don't get it. So I'm just making sure I'm not crazy. It feels like I understand.
So Commissioner Callaway, the meeting with the litigation steering committee is not subject to the Brown Act.
It's not a quorum. But I agree with, I mean, the absurdity that you just indicated, because what it means is not only is it just Jamon and Hicks and I that are privy to what the litigation strategy is, can interact on that. We can never report it back to you, not just in public session. I can't report it back to you. I can't pick up the phone and say, you know, because if I do that with more than 4 commissioners, I violated the Brown Act. So the only way we can share confidential attorney-client privilege information as a commission is to be able to go into closed session, which the Brown Act permits. I mean,
we could do something weird like close down the legislative steering committee and then add 2 new people and have the same conversation, and then start a new one and close that one and have the same conversation and just keep doing that all year. Like,
You're a clever guy, but they thought about that already. That's the
assuming he's talking to council might have some problem with that, but anyway. Good questions, good questions. Okay, are we done with Mr. Anand and this issue? Can we move on? Or not? Other questions or comments on, okay. Well, let's go to, I want to take a break pretty soon, but I want to see if we can't just finish off on, we're back on agenda item 6B now. We just finished A. And this is the commission's final proposed revisions to 3.79 of the county code. And at the last, just a quick recap on this, and I'm going to call on our executive director as well. But basically at our last meeting, March 20th, once again, despite really hard work by our executive director, Ms. Mosley, let me assure you, to get the executive office for the Board of Supervisors to issue what's called a board letter so that we can have our proposed revisions considered initially by the Justice Deputies Cluster and then by the board. Vote them up, vote them down, whatever you want to do. We report, I think we actually indicated we were kind of optimistic we were going to get this board letter out before our next meeting. Well, the board letter is not out. It's still in the executive office for the Board of Supervisors. It's not out, okay? And here we are now, April 17th. There is a development though, and this is very recent, and that is that County Council went to the executive officer, the executive office for the Board of Supervisors, and they did get a board letter out, and they got it out in record time. It's about like 2 or 3 days, except they didn't give us any notice as to what was going to be in that board letter. And the board letter has gone out, and so there is a board letter, and we're hoping, based on discussions that lawyers on this commission have had with county council, we're hoping that it's limited to one issue and we can get it out of the way very quickly. And that would be the removal of the problematic language of .035. That is that problematic language that is a unenforceable erroneous statement of the Brown Act. We're hopeful, just target that, get that issue removed, and then maybe Mr. Anand can talk to us in closed session at the next meeting. So we're hoping it's limited to that. And then hopefully very soon, and I don't know why it couldn't happen tomorrow, the board letter getting all of our proposed revisions to the 3.79 couldn't get out as a board letter, so we can get the process started with the Justice Deputies Cluster meeting, and then ultimately have the board actually vote, and hopefully, we're hopeful that they want an effective oversight commission, that they'll support the revisions that the commission has made to the Board of Supervisors. By the way, we made these proposed revisions to the Board of Supervisors in September of last year. Sent them of course, through the executive office for the board. But it's September. I mean, so it's not like it was yesterday. We're waiting now over 6 months. Okay, so that's the status, except I'd like our executive director, who, let me tell you, I mean, is really, I think, tried to move heaven and earth to get the board letter out. But Charmaine, you really need to tell this commission what the problems are, because I'm not dealing directly with the executive office, to the extent you feel comfortable.
Thank you, Chair Bonner, and you are correct in your summary. I just wanted to say that it's been a roller coaster these last couple of weeks. As far as the proposed changes to the ordinance, yes, we did revise it last week based on feedback from County Counsel's office. We removed language from it. We also revised the board letter and shortened it. There were conversations, and there was a separate ordinance that was submitted last Friday. My hopes is that we can move forward the proposed revisions to 3.79 that was approved by this commission, because it will just pretty much strengthen the work of this commission. It's embarrassing that a county that is this large has struggles like this when oversight has been in place for decades. I just wanted to say that the going back and forth, not being allowed for this commission to go into closed session to consult with legal and get legal advice is embarrassing. And then to split the commissioners up, like Commissioner Callaway mentioned, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There are best practices out there that this commission can lean on and that the county can lean on to be able to figure out a way that the entire commission can go into closed session and be advised in an attorney-client privilege setting. So, Chair Bonner, I'll end with that before I continue to go on this rant. Thank you.
Look, I just want to
We have 8 in person and 2 online.
I'm thinking we should take the morning break. Let's take and then we'll have public comment, unless you.
Let's
Wait.
public comment and then do it.
All right.
It shows respect.
We now have 3
My
online.
co-vice chair here. No, that's fine. I'm fine. I just, I try to some people need a convenience break, but let's go with public comment.
Our first in-person public comment is from Gina Youngblood. Gina, please come forward to the mic. If we can have Melvin Steve Hill come stand in line behind her. Hill, if you can come forward and take the mic first, please. Then if we can have George Bazzetti stand in line behind Steve. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Bonner, at your suggestion, I filed a lawsuit last year. Case number 24-STCV-09080. I'm having difficulties getting into court. I was arrested 3 years ago by Alex Villanueva after putting me on a list with the Department of Justice. No one wants to take responsibility for that arrest. I can't get my father's guns back, nor can I get my guns back. And I can't get into a courtroom. The Office of the Inspector General investigation that was conducted that stated that the Sheriff Department was not the one who arrested me, basically throwing the DOJ under the bus, was disingenuous at best. I would like my false arrest exposed today. And there's a lot of things that I'm trying not to say, and I won't until the next meeting, but I would like my arrest exposed today. I'm a full-time activist now. This has destroyed my life. I'm getting divorced. I have moved into LA. Matter of fact, it only took me 10 minutes to get here. And I'll be a full-time activist. I'll be singing the Marine Corps hymn at 1300 hours at the DOJ office on Spring Street every day until I get my ass in court. Thank you.
Question.
Thank you,
Do we
George
get to,
Bazzetti.
speak separately to the issue on the agenda and separately to public comment as normal, or what?
Basically, at this point, we're really hoping that that comment will be with respect to the issues that we discussed, the enforcement of the subpoenas, the declaratory relief action.
Okay, so that would be.
By the way, later, just general comment, sign up for
Okay,
that.
so that's separate later.
Yeah, that's separate later. Just-
Okay, I just making sure I got that clear, because you guys aren't very good at what you do. You're breaking the law here. You lawyers and judges, do you know how to read the law? Do I need to bring in pages of case law from the U.S. Supreme Court? California Supreme Court on free speech. Why do you think City Council shut down this week? I can tell you why. All I had to do was walk in there. None of you are aware of the former Sheriff Citizens Advisory Board, are you? Nope. I checked. All of you owe your complete existence to the county or you're dead. You already admitted they're hammering the hell out of you, so you better follow or your jobs are at risk. We didn't have anybody like you on ours. And when the Office of Public, you don't have a right to interrupt me while I speak. You don't even know the law, judgy boy.
I'll have to ask that you refrain.
Yeah, you don't even know what the hell you're doing. You don't know the law. You don't follow it. And nor does
Mr. Bazzetti, please return back to your item, please. Thank you. 10 seconds remaining. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brazetti. Thank you. Next in line, can I have Speaker Vanessa Perez please take the mic? Vanessa Perez. Then may we have Maricela Rosen stand in line next, please? And behind Maricela, can we have Deanna Sullivan stand in line? Thank you.
LASD must honor the commission's subpoena power and produce the records for Joseph Perez. Joseph was detained by 7 LASD deputies while experiencing a mental health crisis. Instead of bringing him to the hospital like I requested, LASD kept Joseph in the industry station overnight. They released him back onto the streets the following evening without any treatment and without notifying me. Later that night, Joseph was beaten by 7 deputies from the same station, industry station. I can't understand how this beating, which forced Joseph to get 17 staples to his head, several staples to his legs, stitches all over his face and ears, and has led to ongoing health issues, are that Joseph was found to be within policy and considered a Category 2 use of force. We all know it should have been a Category 3, and I am glad that the commission is using its subpoena power to look more closely at the use of force. Thankfully, Joseph survived this beating. However, many people like Joseph do not. LASD and County Council must respect the commission's subpoena power, which was created by Measure R with 73% of the county's vote, so we can better understand what happened to Joseph that night and hold LASD accountable for the violence Joseph endured and make sure it never happens again to anyone else. If I never brought Joseph's horrific beating to this commission, not only would you guys be unaware, but so was Sheriff Luna. He would be unaware of the beating Joseph endured. We must not allow this department of deputy gang to continue hiding beatings like Joseph's.
Thank you.
Rosen, take the mic, please.
Hello, my name is Marcella Rosen. I'm with Dignity and Power Now, and I'm in support of the COC revising its ordinance to codify its subpoena power so that they can provide stronger oversight and protect the public from the violence of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating to see that this new lawyer, who is not county counsel but is contracted by the county, is clearly here to protect the Sheriff's Department just like the original county counsel. I'm so encouraged that the COC is trying to use its subpoena power to investigate the violence done to Joseph Perez, but it's so frustrating to sit here and while everybody knows that this brutality that he faced is above a Category 2 and that the reason it was listed as a Category 2 is because there was a cover-up within the station. Everyone knows that. And I'm glad that you are fighting to enforce the subpoena power in your legal position that you legally have, and I'm here to support you with that. But like everyone is saying, this is a violation of rights. It puts the citizens of LA in danger, and LASD will do anything to prevent outside investigation other than actually just firing the people who are dangerous and murderers within their department. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, could I ask you something? Is Michelle Infante, is she okay? Yeah. Didn't you say your dignity and power? Yeah. Okay. Okay. She's probably the only person that has attended more commission hearings than me. I'm at 96. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, friendly reminder, everyone has 2 minutes for public comment. Next, again, we have Ms. Sullivan.
Hi, thank you. My name is Deanna, and as a resident of LA County and as part of the public, I'm affected by the county and needs to stop covering up the actions of LASD, and the county has a responsibility to us residents. And also as an impacted family member, I lost my 19-year-old son to police brutality. So the county needs to allow the COC to use their subpoena power to release the records of Joseph Perez. What's going to happen the next time this LA sheriff deputy, what's going to happen? Is he going to kill somebody? Release the record. Those records need to be released. This needs to be looked at. I'm also here to support the other families that are here today. Francisco Nunez family and the Youngblood family. This has to stop. We have to do better. You know, when you lose your child to police brutality, this not only affects you, but it also affects your family, and it's generational trauma that you never heal from. So in Joseph's case, what's to say that those deputies aren't going to go on to murder somebody else? That's the likelihood. That's the reality. That's what happens. And I'm also here in support of the Vargas family for Anthony Vargas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Next, we're going to move online to take a comment from Carlos Montez. Carlos, you have been unmuted. Carlos, you have been unmuted.
Mic check, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good morning. My name is Carlos Montes. I live in Ball Heights. Grew up in East LA, being harassed by the sheriffs. And I'm with Centro CSO Community Service Organization. So I'm here to support that the COC have the power of subpoena over the sheriffs. Off again. Check,
Carlos,
check. Mic check.
we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got like two computers here. Yes. The Civilian Oversight Commission needs to have more power, starting with subpoena power. It's unbelievable that the county council, the sheriff, do not cooperate with Civilian Oversight Commission. You're all appointed by the Board of Supervisors. You're empowered to review over the LA County Sheriff's Department. Anyway, thank you very much for your work. I support your work. I know it's hard, it's frustrating. You have to deal with the bureaucracy of the county government. So keep up the work. And thank you very much for organizing the town hall meeting in East LA last month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Deanna Brock. Deanna, you have been unmuted. Deanna, you have been unmuted.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. First off, I want to say that the audio keeps going in and out online. So this is Deanna Brock. I am the mother of Emmett Brock. Thank you so much, Commissioner Johnson, for continuing to talk about his case at the meetings. I am upset to hear that you would consider dropping the subpoena for my son's case. I think there are so many layers to things that were atrocious in this case. One of them being that this deputy lied. There was an FBI grand jury investigation that he initially lied to the FBI also. But as you know, he ended up pleading guilty to a felony, and he is going to be sentenced in July. It is very concerning that there were 4 sergeants and 3 other deputies that are all named in this in the report. And I just can't believe at one station there is so much cover up. It's so upsetting. And my son being so humiliated as to show his genitalia at the jail. I mean, it is so upsetting, and it doesn't go away. And they come up with a reason. They said they wanted to know which jail to send him to, either with females or males, but they knew we were there to bail him out. We were even there before my son got cleared from medical, waiting at that Norwalk station. They knew the whole time we were there and he was going to be bailed out. But that's the excuse they're using to have his genitalia. I want you so much to please don't give up on this subpoena. I think it is so important. I also—
Thank you, Ms. Brock. We'll move on to our next public comment from Melissa Miramontes. Melissa, you have been unmuted. Melissa?
My name is Melissa Miramontes, and I'm representing United Families for Justice. I am here to speak on behalf of impacted families. Hans Commissioner Hans. I just want to take the time to thank you for the integrity that you're upholding for the commission. Inspector General, I thank you for being honest with these policies that are not being followed. I have been an impacted family due to the LAPD murdering my brother. So this is LASD that we're talking about. But time after time, these policies are being not followed by the law enforcement agencies. Time after time, they're using these excuses. They're redacting information, withholding information, and they claim it's due to investigation. There needs to be better change. And I just want to say, continue doing the work that you're doing. Continue to use your power because you guys have been appointed by the community to uphold the laws and make sure that these agencies follow protocol and that things like this don't continue to happen. You guys have been impacted yourself by the backlash time after time, and you see what you guys in these positions are facing. Look at what we're facing as impacted family members. This needs to change, and I just encourage you guys to stay on the path. Please do not let them make you bend. We need you guys. We need transparency. You know, the law enforcement wants better from their community. We want better from you. We want to stop the cover-ups. We want to stop the police killing. Not
10 seconds.
not ridiculousness. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miramontes. Next, we have Paloma Serna. Paloma, you have been unmuted.
Mother of Elisa Serna, who died at the Las Colinas jail in San Diego County on November 11, 2019. I'm with Saving Lives in Custody, California, and also North County Equity and Justice Coalition. LA deputy gangs need to be stopped now. This problem must be addressed at the root. Deputy gangs intimidate victims' family, creating a culture of fear and silence. This kind of conduct has no place in a system that claims to serve and protect. I do not believe deputies should be in contact with known gang colleagues, even when off the clock. This behavior undermines public trust and endangers our communities. Deputies should not be praised for low crime rates when it is the community members, good, hardworking people who are truly keeping their neighborhood safe. Credit belongs to them, not to law enforcement with ties to Biden cliques. Already this year, there has been at least 16 in custody deaths in LA County. Since the beginning of 2023, 91 people have died behind bars. This is not a public safety. This is a crisis. Each one of these deaths represent a human life lost, often without answers or accountability. Subpoena power is a must for the LA Commission Board. Without the legal authority to compel testimony and have access to internal records, the board cannot effectively investigate deputy misconduct or enforce real accountability. Oversight without teeth is just a performance. Enough is enough. We need urgent oversight, transparency, and accountability. The violence, the cover-ups must end for the sake of the families and for the future of our community. In San Diego County, we are watching what LA Commission, what your board members are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Peter Eliasberg. Peter, you have been unmuted.
Members of the board, I just want to make a brief comment with respect to the effort to amend the charter. The ACLU strongly supports those efforts. I hope the board will move quickly on it, but I do want to reiterate what Ms. Mosley said. It's kind of embarrassing that the charter was written that badly with respect to the Brown Act provision and your ability to go into closed session. I don't know who drafted it. If it was county council, they should be embarrassed. It's nonsensical. It doesn't clearly say we, the board, do not want to give the Civilian Oversight Commission permission to go into closed session. It's this gobbledygook that no good lawyer would have put together. And it's also embarrassing that county council continues to try to defend it and say that that's really what it provides. It makes no sense. It's poorly written, And I certainly hope that the commission, which needs the authority to do that, to meet with their counsel, among other things, gets that authority and the board moves quickly. This should have happened a long time ago, but it certainly should be done now.
Thank you, Mr. Eliasberg. Next, we will have Soraya Romero. Soraya, you have been unmuted. Soraya?
Los Angeles, California, and I'm making public comment because I'm tired of hearing that most killings by police officers, sheriffs, are people in mental health crisis. People's family members are calling for their family members to get help, and then they're killing them. This is really saddening. It's a shame. It should be stopped. Everything possible to end these sheriff's gangs should be done. As the commission states, they should be going after them just as they go to street gangs. They're just the same. And nobody should be obstructing this commission. You know, shame on everyone that's obstructing. Only clearly obstructing them. And their subpoenas should be upheld. The sheriff's department needs to uphold their subpoenas. Their subpoenas have power. And whoever's in the way of stopping these gangs, just get out the way. Get out the way. And please release the information about Joseph Perez killing by the sheriff, beating by the sheriffs. All that redactedness, all that is just needs to be unredacted for clear transparency to get to the bottom of what happened and for this to stop.
Thank you, Soraya. Next, we'll go to the in-person comments. We have Allison Rubenfield, if you can take the mic, please. If we can have Helen Jones stand in line, and Soraya White stand in line. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Allie Rubenfeld. I'm with the Loyola Anti-Racism Center and Check the Sheriff. I want to commend the commission for using every legal mechanism possible to affirm its access to confidential information that it needs to do its job. It is unsurprising that County Council is advising LASD not to honor this commission's subpoena power as authorized by Measure R, given County Council's historic position on civilian oversight. In 1991, Judge James Colts, who authored the Colts Report, recommended that LA County create a civilian oversight body for LASD. County Council immediately shut it down by issuing a legal opinion saying that the Board of Supervisors did not have the legal authority to do so. Imagine the progress that could have been made with nearly 35 years of oversight into the deputy gang issue and the lethal crisis within our jails. Instead, County Council remains an obstruction to meaningful oversight of the department. And we're still here fighting for information for this commission. How we need to be able to understand how a case like Joseph Perez's can possibly be a category 2 and understand how, while Joseph survived, many people with mental health issues do not and are disproportionately victims of police violence. I'm grateful for all the work the legal practitioners on this commission have done over the years. However, it should not be required. This commission deserves representation that supports its work for transparency and accountability for the department rather than obstructs it or encourages the department to define its subpoena power. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubenfield. Next, we'll have Ms. Jones, Helen Jones.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Helen Jones. I'm a senior campaign lead with Dignity and Power Now, and also the mother of John Horton. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of Joseph Perez. I want to say thank you for using your subpoena power to fight back against the sheriff department to uphold what we fought for. We fought for subpoena power for this commission, and it should be used. Families shouldn't have to come here and wonder what's going to happen to their family members moving forward. And I also want to support the rest of the families that's here. That's seeking this help from this board. This is the only commission, this is the only place that families have to come talk to. Y'all like the parent to the sheriff department because we can't talk to the sheriff department on one-on-one. Y'all the only commission that families can come to talk to. So we depending on y'all. We depending on y'all to break this code of silence that's going on in the sheriff department that's been going on for years. And y'all can do this. We can do it. If we had y'all jobs up here, it'd be done. And we understand that y'all hands are tied, but this got to stop. This got to stop. It's been 16 deaths this year, 16 deaths. My son was murdered by the sheriff department, beat to death by 3,000 boys in March 30th, 2009. And if the sheriff department would have disciplined them deputies, Joseph Perez wouldn't have got beat. The rest of the folks wouldn't be dead today if y'all would step up and do y'all job. But for some reason, y'all just bend over backwards, protect the deputies. Why y'all do that? I don't understand that for nothing in the world, because they're going to continue to kill. They're going to continue to be. How do a beating is a beating? It shouldn't have no category. Deputies shouldn't be beating nobody. A beating is a beating, a killing is a killing. And I just wish this board commission,
10
y'all
seconds.
have the public's help and support. Please shut this problem down. And we're here to support y'all. We just want to let y'all know.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Sahara White.
Hello, my name is Sahara. Today I'm standing with the Perez family, the Nunez family, Helen Jones, who lost her son, John Horton, my family, who lost my partner, which is also my daughter's father in Twin Towers Correctional Facility 7 years ago, Quentin Thomas, and the 16 families who lost their loved ones so far this year in 2025 inside of MCJ, your jail. I remember 7 years ago when this commission was fighting for subpoena power because I had just lost my loved one. And I had gave my first speech in front of the community about how the county coroners had kept his brain without notifying the family or anybody. I had to get my own independent investigation to find that out. Today, I'm urging you, and I thank you for using your power and amplifying it for our community, for your subpoena power, because we fought for that. There's so many people who didn't make their lives in the beatings. Fortunately, and thank God that Vanessa still has her son today. I'm glad that this commission is using its subpoena power to look more closely at this case. But there's so many people who lost their lives in certain situations, just like Vanessa's son, just like my partner, just like Helen's son. There's 16 families who lost their loved ones so far this year. I don't know them personally, but I feel their pain. And I just hope y'all too, please keep enforcing your power and doing everything that you can, because just like Helen said, just like everybody who got up on this stage and spoke their piece said, we are here to support y'all, but please keep supporting us because we don't have nobody else.
Seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further public comments, Chair.
Excuse me, mic off. We're taking our recess now. We're going to stand in recess until 11:40 a.m. and then we'll promptly resume. Thank you. All right, we're going to come to order and resume this hearing of the Oversight Commission. And we are, I think we're turning now to item 8 on the agenda, which is has to do with an assembly bill legislation that's been introduced into the state assembly called AB 847, which would allow law enforcement oversight commissions such as ours to access confidential information. And I believe a copy of the bill has been attached to our agenda, as well as the summary of the bill. It's been introduced by an assemblywoman by the name of Sharp Collins, Lachey Sharp Collins, who is hails from San Diego. So I hope you've had a chance to read it. I'm told, by the way, by the sponsor of the legislation and her staff that it wouldn't hurt if there were some support letters from people that are interested in seeing AB 847 pass. The more, I think, the merrier. But for our purposes here, I just want to say that the legislation, I think, would be extremely important, would solve a lot of problems, but don't count on it because it's hard to get legislation through. But we do have a bill that would essentially make clear that the commission can receive confidential documents from the Sheriff's Department, and we would be in the same category of others that have been exempted, which would include the Attorney General, grand juries, and the like. There's a draft resolution that we should discuss, and perhaps somebody wants to make a motion with respect to it, but the draft resolution in substance, it's also attached to the agenda, would indicate this Oversight Commission's strong support of AB 847 and would also urge the Board of Supervisors to support that legislation. So it does both things in the resolution. Maybe just before we start discussion of this, does someone want to move the resolution or not?
I'll be happy to move the resolution. I just want to make an introductory comment by saying Los Angeles is not alone in the efforts to obstruct the subpoena power of our Oversight Commission. I want to note that in San Diego, there is an effort by the sheriff who has made a preposterous claim that the sheriff's department, that she operates, is not subject to the jurisdiction of the Oversight Commission. I want to note that Sonoma County up north is now facing allegations by people in the sheriff's department that they don't have to hand over records because even though the records are stipulated to be shared, the Oversight Commission isn't named the Inspector General. They're trying to claim that justification for not sharing basic information. So this is a problem that other counties in California are experiencing. We are not unique, although the rope tricks being used are very interesting and somewhat novel. But I want to just note that this is important legislation. It deals with issues that go beyond what we are facing in Los Angeles County. And I think it's important for us to speak up in support of this legislation at this opportunity.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Is there a second in support of the resolution?
I second it.
Okay, it's moved to second. So further discussions, questions about the legislation? I'm pretty familiar with it. Happy to try to answer any questions anybody has or.
Yeah, I just want to make one other note that the legislation includes language about redaction. And I know that many people in this room, many people who've worked in transparency or advocacy understand that sometimes arguments about redaction get used to obfuscate or tie up in knots important processes about transparency. And the redactions allowed on records are stipulated in the law in a way that I think is very helpful and a way that prevents the use of arguments over redaction from becoming a stumbling block in the future. So I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Okay, so let me I also advise this commission that I've been told that the Assembly Public Safety Committee will have a hearing on AB 847 next week on April 22nd. Not absolutely sure that'll take place, but I've been informed that that was the date. I've tentatively planned to go up to Sacramento and support it personally as the chair of this commission, unless this commission directs me otherwise. And if you enact the resolution, I think that will indicate that I can say that the commission supports AB 847. But that's the status of it, and long way to go. But any further discussion about AB 847 or the resolution? Okay, moved and seconded. I guess we do have to have public comment, don't we, before we vote on this? Is there public comment on this specific item, AB 847? Or excuse, I should say the resolution that we're proposing to support it? Tracy? Well, if you haven't signed up, you're not speaking. There's, okay.
There is no public comment signed up for this particular item.
Yeah, I think we can do this one on voice vote. So all of the commissioners in favor of supporting the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, no abstentions, and so that resolution is carried. And we'll have the executive director, perhaps by letter from the chair, transmit that resolution to the Board of Supervisors and any other interested parties. Okay, so next, yes, excuse me.
Can we get all the information? Can we get all the information for the Sacramento meeting? I mean, you just said.
Yeah, just contact me. I actually am in contact
Okay.
with the chief of staff to the assemblywoman, so I can get you contact me after the meeting.
Okay.
I'll get it for you. Okay, so the next item of business is to create an ad hoc committee, which would be an interview panel for the replacement for Sean Kennedy. We have this open position. It's supposed to be filled within 60 days, according to the current ordinance 3.79. So we hope it will be meet that timeline. But we participate in interviewing the candidates that come forward. So I think we should have this interview panel, and I need 3 volunteers for it. And who could participate on this interview panel with me? Okay, Commissioner Callaway, I need 1 more. Commissioner Hicks. Okay, we have our 3. Is this an action item as well? I mean, do we need I guess we do need a motion to create an ad hoc committee. Okay, so all those, is there any public comment on this one?
There's no public comment on this item.
So all those in favor of creating the ad hoc panel to interview the replacement for Commissioner Kennedy.
No, executive director.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, well, okay. Well, I move that we create this ad hoc interview panel. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Any abstentions? No. Okay, so how many commissioners do we have here? 6? Okay, 6-0. The next item is, I put it on the agenda, and I've discussed this with the executive director, and I think we have slightly different views on this, and so I wanted to make sure that they're discussed. But the question is whether we should create an ad hoc committee for purposes of nominating the chair and co-vice chairs of the commission, and then having that slate of commissioners for chair and co-vice chairs put forward to this commission at our, is it July or June meeting, I guess. And then the reform vote in July to select for the next year term, the commissioner and the 2 co-vice commissioners. I'll just say I'm happy to discuss this, but in my experience, we've had a pretty informal process for selecting the chair and the co-vice chairs, and I think it's worked reasonably well. And the problem hasn't been, first of all, the slate. If we appoint a slate of 3 ad hoc commissioners, they can't be people that are seeking either the co-vice chair jobs or the chair jobs. I mean, they would have a self-interest in it. So we would have to select 3 that didn't have an interest in the management positions of the commission, and that only leaves us right now with 5 my experience is it's really been twisting arms to get people to serve as chair and vice chair. That's been the experience for the last 8 years. So I really worry about a process where we just assume that they're going to be, that this is a done deal. I would prefer just to do what we've typically done, which is at our June meeting, we would, there would be nominations for whoever wants to seek these positions. We would get people interested, sometimes with a little arm twisting, and then usually they're elected. But that would happen in July. So I don't think we need this, but I do. The executive director thinks we should have it, and I'm not against it. If everybody else is on board, we should have a slate. So Charmaine, you might want to speak to it.
Yes, I know last year that, the commission actually created a nominations process regarding selecting its officers. According to the commission's ordinance in section .110, there is a requirement that the commission have a process to elect its officers, and I am in support of that, just because we want to make sure that there is some sort of transparency and open process. If this committee is created now, there would be time for whoever's on this committee to reach out to fellow commissioners to see who is interested. And also, if any of the commissioners who are on the committee is interested, they can always recuse themselves. It was a process that was put in place last year per the ordinance. So thank you, Chair Bonner.
Okay, so I'm looking at .110 of our ordinance, and it says that at each annual meeting, the commission shall elect a chairperson, and we're going to change this to one or more vice chairpersons and strike out secretary and such other officers as it deems appropriate. The commission shall determine the procedures and methods by which the officers are selected and the terms they are to serve. Well, there are 1-year terms, and you can't serve more than 2 years, and that's another part of the ordinance. Oh, no, here it is. A chairperson, however, may serve only 2 full consecutive 1-year terms. So that's it. We have a procedure. I guess it's informal, and our executive director thinks we should formalize it more. I would prefer not to. That's just my view, but I'd open it up for discussion, and whatever the majority wants to do, we'll do. Yes, Commissioner Johnson, were you first? No, Commissioner Johnson. No, go ahead.
I just think it can be a very good practice of governance to have a structure through which to do the continuity of governance. And rather than leaving it to chance or to last minute decisions, I think an ad hoc nominating committee is a very good idea and can be a best practice for organizations maintaining continuity of governance.
Did you, any other commissioner wish to discuss or voice a view? Well, I think that's all fine and well and good. I mean, who's going to serve? Who right now wants to declare? I have to set this up, so you're going to have to tell me the 3 commissioners who are not interested in having any leadership positions in the commission. I mean, is somebody prepared to tell me who those 3 are? I mean, look, we're a little commission. I mean, we're 8 members right now, 9 max. That I just don't think. I grant you best practice in government if we were a larger organization or something like that, but I think we can be fair about how we select without having an ad hoc committee of presumably impartial commissioners deciding what the slate of candidates could be. So we've done it, by the way, 8 out of our 9 years of existence. So, but if somebody wants to make a motion and second it, we'll just vote it up or down right now.
Yeah, I would just say, like she said, that the way to do it is recusing yourself. So if you wanted to run for chair.
Who did?
No, I'm saying when you get the 3 people, they don't have to not want leadership is the point. That they could be wanting leadership, but you run for vice chair, then that means you could vote for the other 2 positions and just not for the position you're running for. And then it would make it so that even if you wanted to lead, that you can actually do it that way. Yeah.
So I guess that means that if you wanted to be vice chair but not chair, you could be on the commission, but you wouldn't be able to determine who should be on the slate for the co-vice chairs, but you could determine the slate for the chairs. Seems a very complicated process that will probably screw up. And then somebody's going to come back and say, you didn't follow your process.
But I think that we're going to do better at this than closed session.
I think you're absolutely right. This is exactly the kind of thing.
Yeah, very good, very good. Touche.
This is the kind of thing that should be discussed in closed session. I agree. So anyway, I want to move on with the agenda. So do you want to make a motion to support the slate of candidates? Make a motion. Let's vote on it.
Well, I was just going to comment on Arthur's comment. I agree with him. I think, the process would be to have a 3-commissioner committee that would come up with a slate. And I don't think it has to be made up of only people that aren't interested in leadership roles.
Well, why wouldn't it be? I mean, if you're interested in a leadership role, you can influence who's going to be on the
That's what I'm saying. So
I mean, come on.
Any commissioner can be on this 3-member committee, regardless of whether or not they want to seek a position as an officer. That's all I'm saying. I think that's what Arthur's saying. It doesn't preclude you from being on this 3-person committee.
Well, there's a conflict of interest inherent in it.
You can make that clear to the other people on the committee.
Well, then you're down to 2. I mean, I don't know. Okay, look, make your motion. Look, if the commission wants to do it, I'm fine. I expressed my views, but the commission wants a slate. Then, by the way, I want this commission to identify the 3 people to me because I'm not choosing them. So if you want to make a motion, make the motion. If not, let's move to the next item.
Motion to approve the creation of a nominating ad hoc committee.
Been moved. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second it.
All right, it's moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Okay, all right, public comment. Any?
There are no public comments on this item.
Are there? We'll call public comment.
Okay, we'll take roll call on this motion.
Oh, there are no public, I'm sorry.
There are no public comments.
No, you don't need to. Well, yeah, okay, take a roll on this one.
Okay. Okay, roll call. Chair Robert Bonner.
No.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Co-Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes.
Commissioner Callaway. Commissioner Cooper.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, absent. Commissioner Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hicks.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries. We'll, I'd like, who would like to be on the nominating ad hoc? I'd like to hear names now, please. Yeah, just raise your hand.
Yeah, I don't want to be accused of not stepping up to the plate, so I'm ready.
JP's on it because
Yeah.
JP's on it. JP Harris. Anybody, any other commissioners over here who are? Commissioner Callaway's on that. I need a third. Irma? All right, we got her. There's our. Okay, so your duties are going to be to report back to this commission on at the appropriate time on a slate of candidates for chair and the 2 co-chair positions. Motion carries. Okay, so we can go on to the next item, which is item 9 on the agenda, which is the report of the Office of Inspector General. Inspector General with respect to body worn cameras, an issue that this commission and the IG has been very concerned about since before the sheriff had body worn cameras for deputies. Go ahead, Max. Could you give us your report?
Get feedback here a lot. I'm not sure why. I don't actually have much to report. We issued a body worn camera report. It's an ongoing report of implementation. So it's at this point, there's implementation in most patrol areas, and the implementation that's left is special units that need it, as well as the idea of putting it into custody. The one thing that's interesting in the report is the failures at times of deputies to activate the camera. And we pointed that out and the department minimized it and said, well, of course, people are going to forget to activate. And I think that was disturbing to me because, of course, people do forget to activate, but the way you get them to activate is by having a consistent discipline response if they don't, when they've been around for a long time as they have now. Otherwise, you're going to have shootings in which they're not activated, which happens. And then the seriousness of the incident and the conduct goes way up. So it's much better to have minor discipline on an ongoing basis to get deputies in the habit of just doing it so that there isn't an excuse when somebody gets shot. I think that's very important. So I'm hoping that that will become the norm someday, but we're not there. And then, of course, I'd put in a pitch, we ought to have dashboard cams also. Those have been the standard in the industry for many, many decades, and we still don't have them at LASD.
If I could, I would just echo agreement with the Inspector General on the issue of dash cams. I know it's another expense, but you see those agencies that have dash cams and have body cameras, and when you have those two things combined, you have a much greater ability to really analyze what happened. So I think we as the commission should be discussing whether or not we should encourage the department to adopt dash cams in addition to the body worn cameras. I know it's an additional expense, but
I'd add that the sheriff was talking about the problem of traffic collision payouts, which would be very positively affected by having dash cams because it's going to affect the way people drive. And that would, I think, would be a bit of a savings for the cost, not to mention that we've already put in a ton of infrastructure to allow deputies to the use of body cameras. That same infrastructure allows you to upload the dash cam footage and use it appropriately. So I think there would be some savings, but yes, it's not cheap.
Really appreciate what you're doing, Mr. Inspector General, and your office on monitoring particularly the need for activation of body worn cameras before encounters with the public. Let's go to the reports of the ad hoc committee. I'm going to sort of jump down to the use of force one, which is the last one on item 9B9, I guess, which is the use of force ad hoc committee. I was on that, have been on it, so is JP. Sean Kennedy actually led the ad hoc. I'm going to make a motion to dissolve the use of force ad hoc regarding policy because it was principally focused on understanding and recommending change in the Sheriff's Department's use of force policy. And most of those recommendations go back to about 2020 when Villanueva was the sheriff. This sheriff has adopted all of our key recommendations with respect to changes in use of force policy. And so the commission, the ad hoc committee, and none of these ad hoc committees are permanent, has served its role, and I'm going to move that it be dissolved. I'm going to make a second motion that we create a new ad hoc committee that's more aligned with the strategic goals and 2025 priority objectives of this commission, which will focus on the uses of reducing the use of lethal force by the Sheriff's Department, whether in policy or out of policy, and also reducing the out of policy head strikes in county jail. Those are two specific things that are objectives or goals of this commission for 2025. So I'd like to have a new ad hoc committee. We'll call it the force ad hoc, or reduction in force ad hoc. I guess we need a shorthand for it.
So we're going to terminate the use of force ad hoc and then
creating another. And they could be separate motions, but I hope we can just make one motion.
And I'll second your motion.
Okay. So motion moved and seconded. We're going to have a discussion of that, but there's also the PREA ad hoc, which is, I want to get a report from Commissioner Cooper on that, because I'm wondering whether that might also be, once we get the report, whether we might be able to make a motion to dissolve the PREA ad hoc committee. And I don't know whether that, there may be discussion surrounding that, but Commissioner Cooper, why don't could you give us a report on the Prison Elimination, Rape Elimination Act ad hoc committee, and then probably express your views as to whether or not it's completed its task as an ad hoc, temporary ad hoc committee.
Okay. So in response to the March 2024 motion by the Board of Supervisors, we receive LASD's efforts toward compliance with PREA. And today we are submitting our final report. But in summary, we found that LASD had been implementing initiatives to make structural changes that are essential to comply with the PREA standards. And these efforts are critical in fostering a zero tolerance culture within LASD towards sexual abuse and harassment. Our report builds on the OIG's findings, identifying gaps in LASD PREA compliance, and offers some actionable items to ensure that LASD fully comply with PREA Standards Act. In terms of recommendations to dissolve the committee or the ad hoc, I'm a little bit against that because I really feel the communication needs to be stronger on just letting inmates know of their rights in terms of, we found a lot of incidents where the posters wasn't up there, people wasn't aware of their rights with PREA, and some of the training hadn't been done. And this is very important when people get hurt, and then the follow-up on their complaints, or even just knowing they can submit a complaint is very important. So I would like to see what type of response we get to our recommendations and see if they truly are complying before we think of dissolving this commission, this ad hoc committee.
Could I almost respond? It may well be that there's other important work to be done under PREA, and you've identified one, which is educating and making sure there is a program to educate incarcerated persons about PREA, and so that they know that they can make a complaint and where it should be made. And for now, we'll make no motion to dissolve PREA, but I want, we should probably have a sidebar discussion, because I think we might redefine the objective now for an ad hoc committee that would be essentially focused on achieving the objectives of our recommendations, something like that. I won't try to wordsmith it now, but we won't have any motion to dissolve the PREA committee, because the lead or chair right now is not comfortable with that. Okay, so
I just do want to note that this is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I'm cognizant that our longtime trailblazer on this commission, Patty Giggins, is not with us today. And I want to take a moment to note that the national and international holiday that Patty Giggins helped inaugurate, Denim Day, is going to be celebrated on April 30th. This is an annual commemoration that there's no excuse for sexual assault. There's no excuse for rape. And I think it's important, especially given the testimony that we've heard from commissioners on our own visits to jails and prisons in this county, and from other commissioners who've taken the time to bear witness to their experience at this commission, that we need to look at PREA compliance not just narrowly and not just as a box checking exercise, but as one that is about systematically dealing with things like on-duty deputies watching porn in our prisons, and that there is a climate of power and intimidation and coercion involving sex that is unacceptable and is unfortunately pervasive in our jails. I don't think we can listen to things like the mother of teacher Emmett Brock talking about having the expectation of exposing his genitals and then lying about it afterwards while the family members are waiting at the station to take him to safety, and not take into account that this is a continuum of behaviors that involve intimidation, coercion, and sexuality and power games in our jails. So I want to offer support if it's necessary on that committee. It would be a third committee on my behalf to make sure that we have adequate support in that work, but to also continue the progress that this commission's made on PREA enforcement and compliance in our jails, because I don't want to see that narrowed and I don't want to see it lose momentum.
Chair Bonner, may I address the commission?
Of course.
As we all know, President Trump has engaged in some aggressive activity towards transgender rights, and some of my staff have told me that their observed efforts in the Sheriff's Department, which has for a long time been working on trying to handle transgender prisoners more appropriately, that they've seen some aggression on that. And I don't fault the Sheriff's Department directly because of the environment we find ourselves in, but I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Johnson was saying as a reason why it's a really good time for this commission to keep paying attention. And I'm very cynical about PREA because, of course, we're not in compliance with it, but it is a vehicle whereby we can raise these issues, and I believe these are ongoing, constant issues. So I suggest keeping that ad hoc committee, although I applaud the chair's desire to cycle ad hoc committees because I think that's a requirement of the Brown Act. It can't keep them forever, so.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Huntsman. Okay, so can we, I think we can go on to the other ad hoc committee reports. Is there any, Commissioner Harris, anything to report with respect to the budget ad hoc? Okay. Well, we will resolve the budget ad hoc for this budget fiscal year and then probably reconstitute ad hoc for the next fiscal year. Could you make a motion on that at the next meeting, and we'll make sure it gets on the agenda? Let's not do it. And Commissioner Callaway, one of the really important topics that we haven't discussed is that there was I hear a very useful, productive town hall listening session in Lancaster that took place under your lead. I know we had a couple of other commissioners there. I think Commissioner Harris made it to that meeting, and who else was there? Commissioner Luis Garcia. Give us a little report out on that, and then bring us up to date on anything you want to report on with respect to the complaints ad hoc committee, which is looking at mainly failings of the complaints process for personnel complaints of the Sheriff's Department. But go ahead.
So we had the actual listening session March 27th. It was a good turnout. You know, there was, seemed like probably over 20 people there. A lot of people got to hear and understand what exists today as it's called a comment process, because you can do accommodation and a complaint. It's called complaint because most people are just complaining. Most people have complaints. But we had a very good discussion. A lot of community came through. We're gonna also, so that was the first leg for us to just have a notional understanding. And then the next one is gonna be more like a working group where we're gonna have a subject matter expert answer our questions and to take recommendations from the community in a virtual, what do you call it? Conference, virtual mini conference on April 24th. So if you want to make sure you go to the website and register for that event, if you have anything that you want to talk to about the complaint process. Want to also say that the staff did amazing at helping set all that up. It was a very well ran, everybody. There was no hiccups at all. And it was very, very good. Also, we are going to be implementing an actual place for you to go online to submit a complaint to the commission and start tracking those type of things in the future. With the complaints ad hoc committee and the staff, we're gonna make sure that we are trying to improve this process over time, because to me, it's one of the most important things, because the complaints are the canary in the coal mine. If we have 5 complaints on a deputy being aggressive, then we can try to solve that problem before a use of force actually happens. So I think that is it.
That would be extremely important. And if you can make recommendations to achieve that, I know this commission will be fully supportive. Is there further report? Okay, thanks. Any questions of Commissioner Callaway on the Complaints Ad Hoc Committee? I hear none. Okay. The Deputy Gangs Ad Hoc Committee, which I'm chairing, we're almost completed, and there's some consideration of maybe folding. And by the way, let me explain something that I think we're missing here with ad hoc committees. First of all, they're not permanent. And secondly, when a committee makes recommendations that the full commission adopts and accepts, it's the full commission's responsibility to see they're implemented, not the ad hoc committee. And so I just want that understood. So the Deputy Gangs Ad Hoc Committee has been, I think, made an extraordinary contribution to reform of the Sheriff's Department. We discussed the 27 recommendations earlier, but we are going to discuss or consider a further special hearing of the Ad Hoc Committee to discuss and to take testimony, special hearing, take testimony under subpoena if necessary, the enablers of deputy gangs. So we're going to discuss that. Not saying for sure we're going to do it because it needs to be discussed with all the commissioners. But this is something that Commissioner Kennedy and I had discussed, and but we need to socialize it now with a reconfigured deputy gang ad hoc committee now that Commissioner Kennedy is no longer with us. So it's a possibility. I'll report further on that after the deputy gangs ad hoc committee meets, and it's going to meet sometime before the next meeting of this commission. The Governance Ad Hoc Committee, nothing really further to report on that at this point. Mainly the Governance Ad Hoc Committee, its main function has been to get the 3.79 revisions enacted by the Board of Supervisors, and I think we've already reported enough on what our efforts have been in that regard. And all, by the way, not just of our executive director, but also the other commissioners on the Governance Ad Hoc Committee. Jail Conditions and Staffing Ad Hoc Committee, that's Commissioner Cooper. Anything to report on that?
Yeah, just to give you an update, we've met and right now we're working on getting some expert witnesses to come in and talk to us about some of the different models that jails are using in terms of staffing the jails. And we're also collecting data on some of the issues that are happening in jails and comparing to other jails in different counties to see how they're resolving some of these issues. So hopefully we will have a full report by the end of June to give you.
Yep. Thanks for that. Technology Ad Hoc Committee, that's Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, I'm proud to report that we've had a very robust set of scheduled meetings tackling use of drones and the demands that are on the department for increasing its drone fleet and the gifts to the department of drones from allied foundations and how those drones are operated, whether the policies in the department are being complied with, and any tensions that arise when outside agencies are trying to establish MOUs with the department for drone usage. Obviously, drones have been in use as a tool of deterrence against crime in the wake of the Eaton and Palisades fires. But they've also continued to be used in situations for search and rescue by various stations. But the point that the increasing traffic and acquisition of drones by the department and it's the interest of the committee in assessing that and gaining a greater fluency in how the department is integrating drones into its practices is one that is going to give rise to a field trip that our committee is having to the Special Enforcement Bureau offices in East LA coming up on the 8th of May. So in the interest of transparency, I wanted to share that we will be observing the whole operation of drones from that location and the authorization that SEB has for any drones used in other stations. Most of those authorizations to ensure that they do comply with the departmental policy, go through SEB for that authorization. And I just want to make sure that the public knows that we are looking at this and that it's something that is very much on the radar, no pun intended, of this commission, and that we appreciate the openness of the department to share down to the very brass tacks about its acquisition, MOUs, maintenance of drone units as they continue to be more heavily used and operated by LASD.
Thanks for that report. I'm a little bit concerned about time. We have about 30 minutes left, and I want to make sure we have time for general public comment. But I omitted the chair gave his report, the sheriff gave his report, but we didn't get the executive director's report, and that's item 7B on the agenda. And I'm going to ask the executive director to give her report to the commission at this point.
And before I give my report, there was a motion on the.
No, well, we'll get back to the motion.
Okay.
Give us your report. We'll go back.
Okay. So thank you, Chair Bonner. I have 5 topics to provide updates on, but first I wanted to thank community members for attending this meeting. This is a new location, so I also wanted to thank our staff. There was a lot of time put into trying to figure out AV and the logistics for this location. Also thank the executive officer and staff at Regional Planning for their support and guidance and us being able to have a location to meet at for today. So my first item is on training, and the issue with the commissioners' training is still continuing. Commissioners still have not been able to access the county website. So that is continuing, and this has been reported to the Department of DHR. LASD also has a series of training module videos also in the TalentWorks training platform, and that's the platform that the county uses to access the trainings. And the modules are beneficial to commissioners, especially our new commissioner, Commissioner Callaway. So hopefully we can get that resolved. I know it's been many, many months, and it is mandatory trainings that commissioners must complete.
Can I just ask a question about that? Because I know I'm one of the delinquent ones here, but you say it's mandatory training. It's mandatory training for all county employees, but we're special. We're not even, we're volunteers here. At best, we're special county employees. Why are we subject to all the mandatory training for every county employee? I mean, who decided that we need to have all of the training that an employee of the county would have?
I believe there are state and federal requirements, and it's under the county's procedures that volunteer commissioners also undergo the trainings. It's trainings such as sexual harassment, and you'll be surprised at things that can happen even with volunteers.
No, I won't be, actually. I've litigated those issues, but no, it's okay. Look, I just look into it, because it's a burden. We have enough burdens trying to get through all of the ad hoc committee work we have to do, and then we have to add on to it all of the mandatory training that county employees have. I'd actually like county council also to look into this issue. You listening to me, Jansen? I'd like to see why we have to, why as special employees that only meet once a month. And are you telling me all the commissioners from all the 200 commissions of this county have to go through? Well,
yes.
Well, then let me just say that's a waste of time, energy, and resources, and you better show me a state statute or a federal statute that requires it.
Okay.
Okay.
We will get that information for you, Chair Bonner. Also, if there is a waiver that if commissioners are in their workplace that they go through the mandatory trainings, that they can get it waived. So that's in place also. There is a new commissioner workshop scheduled for April 24th at 3 p.m. and that workshop is virtual. Any commissioner may attend. Topics include the Brown Act, Robert Rules of Order, commissioner guidelines, and I always say that it's always good to attend as a refresher, and information was sent to the full commission previously. Additionally, there is a NACO webinar that's scheduled for April 25th at 10 a.m. The webinar focuses on understanding civilian oversight's fast-changing legal landscape, highlighting recent developments in state law as well as case law from jurisdictions around the country that impact how civilian oversight entities are established and how they are operating. For commissioners, you should have received an email from Ms. Starlett Atkins, and I encourage you all to sign up as well, especially due to the new administration. Next item is commission self-evaluation. According to our ordinance, the commission must have a self-evaluation done every 3 years. I know the EO's office, it's some type of sunset that is done every 4 years, the requirement of commissions. Our last evaluation was due in 2019 and completed in 2020. The commission used PSI, I believe, as a vendor to conduct the evaluation in the amount of approximately $11,000. We weren't budgeted for this evaluation in this fiscal year, nor did we make the requests for fiscal year 2025, 2026, but this is a mandate in the commission's ordinance that we must complete. As far as community meetings and events, those activities we hosted, as Commissioner Callaway mentioned, the listening session up in Lancaster. There were approximately 65 in-person attendees, as well as 35, I believe, online. So great turnout, positive feedback. Also, we are continuing the planning of a virtual town hall on the commission, our challenges and the proposed revisions to ordinance section 3.79. So that is coming up hopefully in April, or hopefully the next couple of weeks, or possibly May. Also, staff attended the CAC meetings in Century Station. I also attended the California Board of State and Community Corrections, known as the BSCC, in custody death review. Excuse me, sir, can you come back? You talking? Yes, so I attended the BSCC in custody death review division virtual listening session. And at times, the meeting was very heart-wrenching, listening to community members who have been impacted, like Mrs. Helen Jones, who spoke earlier, and many others, as well as eye-opening to see that BSCC is a state oversight body that does not have subpoena power. So we will continue following the work of BSCC as well as POST. We are preparing for this year's NACOL conference that is scheduled to take place in October in Minneapolis. Decisions will need to be made as to who on our commission and staff will attend. Last Friday, we submitted a session proposal on wellness and law enforcement, which I believe will be moderated by Vice Chair Luis Garcia, who's not here today. Commissioners were invited to attend a couple of LASD celebratory events. The Armenian celebration is taking place today at 4 p.m. and the graduation of LASD custody assistants is on May 2nd. I know a couple of commissioners signed up for that one as well. And lastly, actually I have 2 more items. The update on county budget, staffing, and the commission vacancy. Yesterday, the Board of Supervisors approved its budget. Departments will be asked to reduce their budgets by 3%. Again, we're already a small unit with limited resources, as everyone knows. I'm not sure what the impacts on this commission's budget will be, so that's something for us to keep in mind. We submitted a budget request for additional staff as well as a line item for legal services. We never received a line item for legal services, but we continuously are being billed. And also training and travel. Again, our senior staff analysts support the work of the commission's ad hoc committees, and this is where we need additional staff. As previously mentioned, the original number of 9 budgeted positions initially set for the commission years ago is insufficient for the work of this commission. Our interview panel completed its process for fulfilling our senior staff analyst position. And I want to thank our Deputy Executive Director, Bakila Ochoa, for leading that. That position was vacated in December of 2024. It does take time to fill these positions within the county. We are working with HR to finalize the committee's candidate selection, and we'll make an announcement soon. And as far as our commission vacancy goes, the application, I know Chair Bonner mentioned this before, the application and bulletin to begin the call for applicants to fill the community at-large vacancy on the commission. So we had to revise it somewhat, and very minor edits to it. Hyperlinks had to be added as well, and that will be forwarded over to HR to process and post, hopefully by the end of this week. So I want to thank Tracy Jordan for her work on that. Also, we are planning to invite former Commissioner Sean Kennedy, who was missed by all of us, to our next meeting to recognize him for his 9 years of exceptional work on this commission. And lastly, the annual report, we are hoping to have it soon. I know Chair Bonner is holding on to it.
I was going to give a brief report on that, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Finish.
But that completes my report. Thank you.
And we are trying to finish an annual report for 2024, and Tracy Jordan has been the primary staff member, and both she and I have been working hard on that, but we've been diverted a little bit by some other issues. But we'll try to have that maybe a draft to the at the next commission meeting. That will be our goal. Let me also say about legal services and the budget of the commission, and that is, and I've discussed this with our executive director. We fully intend, if we have to go in, as we're going to enforce our subpoenas, we fully intend to ask the court to shift the cost of attorney's fees from the commission or our counsel, the commission, to the sheriff's department. And if we can't succeed in doing that, and there may be an obstacle, we're certainly going to ask the Board of Supervisors and the CEO not to charge us for having to enforce our subpoena, but to charge the sheriff's department budget, because we shouldn't have to go into court and enforce the subpoena. So, okay, other than that, if anybody's interested in attending the NACL conference, and I highly recommend it, the commissioners, please just indicate to our executive director that you're interested in attending, and we can select a certain number, and the more the merrier. Well, as many as our budget will permit. Let me say, there may be some limitations here on our budget since we're reducing it by 3% apparently. Okay, so thank you for that executive director report. But let me just, before we move on, any questions of our executive director or comments on a report? Yes, Commissioner Cooper.
Yeah, it's concerning the training. Can you suggest that they give us the video or either download the video to YouTube or something that we can get access to?
Yes, I have been
doesn't make
making
sense.
those suggestions. Tracy Jordan has been also reaching out to OCP, I believe, and trying to get LASD's trainings, the modules. So I'll let the commissioners know.
Other questions or comments? Well, thank you for that excellent report, and I'm sorry I overlooked it earlier. I'm a little bit concerned about time. Let me just ask, I'm not concerned about time if we can go past 1 p.m., but can we go past 1 p.m. or not? I mean, asking the executive director, and she might ask you, Tracy, I don't know. Oh, and there, she's asking the AV guy. Okay, so we'll go.
We're fine.
Okay, we might go a little past 1. I'll try to wrap it up by 1, but I see it's 12:42 right now. And I'm going to take that motion in a moment, but I'm going to skip to item 10 on the agenda because it's very important we have a discussion of this, and that's the committees, commissions, the meeting location for the commission's hearings. So we actually, through a lot of hard work, we're able to identify the Hall of Records hearing room that we're in right now. I can't tell you, by the way, that's only because our executive director fought very hard to try to get the Board of Supervisors hearing room in the Hall of Administration. We were denied that. Then we were offered the MTA. The MTA said, well, you can have it, but only on Friday afternoon. Obviously, that was the offer that they intended for us to refuse, and we did. Then we finally, the executive officer identified this space. It's used by the Planning Commission of the county Wednesday morning, weekly. It's a weekly meeting they have here. I've talked to commissioners on the Planning Commission about this hearing room. Obviously, it has really relatively new and good AV abilities. By the way, a considerable cost to the county. This was put in for the Planning Commission within the last year, this new AV system here. But my thought is that, but we should discuss it. My thought is that there's no perfect place, right? We're not going to find the perfect place, but that at least for hopefully for my term as chair, or perhaps through the end of the year, that we would consider using the Hall of Records hearing room. I'm going to make a couple of comments on that, then I want to open it up for discussion. But we actually kind of need to give some direction to our executive director, because we're not going to have a special commission meeting on the subject of the place of our hearing between now and our May hearing. So we looked at criteria initially back in October that we would apply, and were thought to be important, and they are important criteria. And the first one was security. And I will just say that compared to St. Anne's, this hearing room has extraordinarily greater security, and it's structural security. And I hate to discuss security issues. This also should be a closed session issue, by the way, in my opinion, but I have to discuss them because we have to give the executive director some guidance. But we have two doors in back here, right? And I have ability to recess if we need to, if somebody was unruly and had to be removed. And let me say, it's only happened one time in the last 2 years. It's not like it's something that repeatedly happens, but we did have in our October meeting, we had to remove somebody who was not following the rules of conduct that are required and expected by the Oversight Commission. So we need to have some concern with security, and I would say the structural security here, plus the ability, since this is a county building, we have the ability, I have a number right here, if we needed to have somebody, and I hope I never have to do this, but that's unruly and will not voluntarily leave, we have the ability to take a recess. That's what a chair does. We go into recess, and I call this number, and there's a roaming team that gets here in about 2 or 3 minutes and removes the person. And how do I know that? Because I've talked to the planning commissioners. They've had 2 incidents in the last 2 years, and they simply recess and they call it's the Sheriff's Department's Community Service Bureau, and they respond very promptly. So we have that additional security. So we don't have that at St. Anne's. And St. Anne's, to me, I don't know. I personally think that's unacceptable, an unacceptable security situation for commission and staff. That's number one. Okay, so the second thing is availability. Okay, this hearing room, it's owned by the county, so this is a county building. This hearing room is available to us every day except for Wednesdays. Now, is that important? No, we're probably going to continue our hearings on Thursday mornings, 9 a.m. to 1, I think. But we have special hearings, right? Most important work of this commission, in some ways, one could argue, are our special hearings. We can no longer count on Loyola Law School. I'm sorry, folks. Professor Kennedy was great, but he's no longer here. So we need a hearing room for special hearings. And believe me, I believe we're going to have a special hearing sometime within the next 4 or 5 weeks on those people and entities that have enabled deputy gangs to exist as long as they have in the Sheriff's Department. So we actually have more availability here. It's not to say we couldn't rent St. Anne's, but I don't think we want to have special hearings with witnesses and subpoenas and so forth. This room is available. So there's a availability that we can get this almost any time except for Wednesday mornings. The third thing is cost. St. Anne's cost is $2,000 a month, just rent. I'm not talking about any security. We pay rent to St. Anne's, which is nice for St. Anne's. They get some additional revenues. But this is a county building. There's no rent. That's $24,000 a year. It's chump change, really. I understand that in terms of the county budget, but our little budget, it's more than chump change, right? I mean, so if you can say, I'm just an old school person that I actually, as a county taxpayer, I don't actually want any part of the county paying more money than it needs to pay. So there's a cost advantage in having the Hall of Records hearing room, and it saves us $24,000 a year. There is a parking issue here, right? Because we're downtown. This is the seat of government. This is the seat of county government right here. And next door, really, Hall of Administration, the Hall of Justice, the Criminal Courts building. this is the center of county government, right? And so that's where we are right now. But there is a parking issue. And we have subsidized parking in the past, I've been told. And if we can legally do it, I would be in favor of subsidizing up to $20, which is the max, people, because we want public participation. We don't want to discourage it. So I would certainly support that we would give vouchers to community members who have and are making important contributions to our public hearings. So that's an issue, but that's a solution to it. The last thing I would mention is, and by the way, this is just a more convenient place to meet for a lot of people. Not everybody, I realize that. Depends where you live. If you live in Ramparts, by the way, St. Anne's was a great place, but for a lot of people, this is more convenient. And when I'm not talking about me, by the way, forget me. I can make, this is about half the time it takes me to get here, 20 minutes as opposed to 40 minutes. But it's not about me, okay? It's about justice deputies have told me they never attend our meetings in person because we're at St. Anne's. They're not coming out to St. Anne's. Well, they've told me they will attend personally meetings of this commission if it's convenient for them. So we're talking about that. We're talking about a sheriff who we probably want to stay a little bit longer than he does sometimes, right? His office is catty-corner from here. Okay, so we also have to think about, you know, there's certain people that it's just it's a convenience factor, and I think it would make our commission more able to interact with really important potential influencers of the Board of Supervisors, like justice deputies and the like. So I'm just hopeful. I know we have to I know this should be discussed, and I want to make sure we have time to discuss it. But as your chair, and who has spent a lot of time and effort to try to finally locate a hearing room, as has our executive director, I would like us to indicate that this is where we'd like to stay for at least the next 6 or 7 meetings. And then of course we can always reassess it. As Commissioner Harris and I discussed, we've met everywhere almost, but we've never had a place where we can just say, this is our place where we're going to meet. Okay, sorry for the soliloquy. And now I'll open it up for questions, comments, or discussion among the commission.
I would say that we need to give our overworked executive director some discretion to discuss with staff an after-action report from this gathering before moving forward with any recommendation to adopt it on a longer-term basis. I think that this experience is one that we did as a test run, and I think the staff and the executive director deserve some deference and consultation about the advisability and the ups and downs associated with it and the other venue before moving forward with a recommendation to persist.
And I agree with that. That should be done and will be done. So I think that's right. We do want to, and I actually don't want to do this in a public setting. I mean, I think we can have a discussion with that discussion, perhaps through the governance ad hoc or however, but we can have that discussion before it's finally determined where our next meeting is going to be. Other questions, comments? Okay. All right. All right. So we'll discuss it. We'll let you guys know where we're meeting next month. We don't know yet. It's to be determined. Okay, so let me go. Before we can now go to, well, before we go to general public comment, I know we have some people signed up for that, but there's a motion and it needs to be discussed. And that motion was to essentially dissolve the use of force policy committee and also to establish I'll call it reduction of force ad hoc committee. And we need public comment on that. So I'm going to take public comment on that specific item and also any general public comment, anybody who signed up for general public comment. Then after that, I'm going to take a vote on the motion for the ad hoc committees. You following this, Commissioner Harris? Okay. That's that quizzical look that threw me off. Right. So why don't we call Call for public comment on both those issues. Thanks.
We're going to go ahead with in-person public comments. If I can get Goat Puppet to come to the podium, please. And in line, Crystal Chavez. After Crystal Chavez, if Cindy Nunez can come to the line.
No. Well, I guess we are.
And Gina Youngblood.
Yeah, let me make clear too, I mean, in general public comment, besides the change in ad hoc committees and just general public comment, any public comments on the location site of our, commission's meetings are also welcome, since we discussed that. Go ahead, sir.
So how much time do I get? For the whole thing? Oh, wow, okay. So let's see here. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can meet over by Rampart. I mean, this place here is a perfect place to hold a meeting. It's hard to find it. There's no signage out in the street. There's no parking. You can't afford to park. It's perfect. I mean, I can't think of a better place. This is a place that people who have suffered police violence would be just more than willing to avoid for the rest of their lives. China is perfect. I mean, I can't think of a better perfect place, you know. It's just, yeah, it's so inviting, you know. You go to the bathroom, they have to use a key to open it up. They want to know why you're using the bathroom. What are you putting in the bathroom? You know, this is, it's perfect. It's almost like when I was on lockup a couple of years ago. I remember that, you know, it was good. Yeah, so that $20 voucher though, I like that. That's bribery. I like that. So I want that $20 voucher, you know, so you give me that. So, you know, the reason I'm here, it's bad news when I show up to these things, you know, because we have the LA City Council that's passing a motion to ban words at all of their city council meetings and committee meetings. 2 words, a C word and an N word, and any variation. So they are putting videos of me up that I'm just the worst thing ever, that I'm a terrorist and I'm a threat and I'm all of this stuff. But I want you to investigate something under the Brown Act. Council members at the city council meetings do not vote. The city clerk votes for them. And I've known this for a long time. I'm coming out of the closet.
10 seconds.
You know, the city council is a criminal enterprise, and I'm going to be filing something next week over there. I want you to investigate them because they're out of compliance
Thank you.
with the Brown Act. Thank you.
Next public comment, Crystal Chavez.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Crystal with Cancel the Contract. We keep coming to these meetings, and it seems nothing is being done with deputy gangs. As you know, a new deputy gang seemed to have popped up in Palmdale. For all we know, the same officers that continue to harass Cindy Nunez are part of a deputy gang. The Youngblood family still hasn't received answers on Eugene Youngblood. This is why Cancel the Contract supports AB 848, which would strengthen the power of the commission, like yourself, by granting access to confidential personal records of peace officers and custodial officers, and records were maintained by the employing agencies during investigations concerning the conduct of officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Next, we have Gina Youngblood, and if we can have Allison Rubenfeld next take the line, and Raquel Durfler take the line.
Hello, my name is Gina Youngblood, the sister of Eugene Youngblood. Lancaster Sheriff Station is not judge, jury, and executioner. It does not stop at the sheriff department. My brother was taken in June 5th, later to be found unresponsive in a jail cell. It is 98 conviction rate out there. You want to know why? Because they will stop at no cost, even criminally killing, convicting, and murdering people just to get a conviction. They deviate from protocol. I can testify my brother was in distress. He was vomiting. This was 7:30 p.m. Time of death was 10:07 p.m. What were they doing for 3 hours? They rendered no aid to him. He was banging on jail cell doors. He should have been seen by a judge, not a jail cell, for prosecution. They failed due process, and this is medical neglect. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Rubenfeld, next.
Hello. In July of 2024, LASD adopted a new use of force policy after a prolonged meet and confer process. An LASD captain, however, recently told community organizations at a meeting that that policy was not in effect because LASD has not been trained on it yet. I'd like to ask the new iteration of the use of force ad hoc committee to look into this issue and give a status report on whether or not that the new use of force policy is in effect within LASD. Also, at a recent Board of Supervisors meeting, the jail closure implementation team presented and put forth a plan which would require 6 to 9 more months of evaluation before Men's Central Jail could be considered for closure. This is a very prolonged effort, and we ask that the COC start meeting with JCIT in public so that the public and the community can get a status report on the closure of MCJ so that this will not continue. This has been in process for 5 years. So we want more transparency about what effort is being taken to close the jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Raquel Durfler, and if I can have Deja take the line and Goat Puppet take the line.
Good afternoon. I'm Raquel Durfler with Cancel the Contract and also with Check the Sheriff Coalition. I want to share a new letter that came out from Just a Deputy to highlight to this commission, but also to Sheriff Luna, the heavy lift that's before you to try to have any type of reform happen in this organization. So according to this letter, Luna ran on a series of public campaign promises to get elected to the office of LA County Sheriff, that he sought the backing of vocal radical groups who expressed a desire to reform LASD. One group in particular that Luna aligned with calls themselves Cancel the Contract. On their website, they have a list of demands which includes investigation of law enforcement violence and white supremacist activities in the Antelope Valley. After getting elected to office, Luna had to pay his political due for deals struck on the campaign trail. This includes Cancel the Contract. They asked him to take special action against white deputies in the Antelope Valley. Being a self-serving politician, Luna looked at the election results and saw that virtually no one in the Antelope Valley area voted for him. Obliging Cancel the Contract would appease them as well as other radical anti-cop groups aligned with. So I want to state here clearly that Luna and Cancel the Contract are not aligned. The fact that deputies believe that reforming this department is something that's not good, that they want to continue in the same vein they always have, is disturbing. And I believe that's why we're seeing really a drop in recruitment or people that want to come on board, because they are seeing, though it's slow moving, that there are efforts for reform and holding folks accountable that do violate folks' rights. Also disturbing in this letter, which I did forward to Ms. Charmaine, that they just cavalierly talk about the deputy punching a mother in the head while she was holding her infant. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Goat Puppet.
Okay, we have 5 more minutes, so I'm told, before the AV shuts down, so.
The last in person, and we have 3 online.
Okay, I'm gonna have to limit the 3 online.
Yeah.
Um,
You trying to play what city council did last week?
Excuse me, sir, we don't have your in-person comment
Sure
card.
do. I gave it to you and I talked to you about what the time was during this meeting. Don't pull that on me.
Sir, we'll deal with you on the side. If I can have my
Look,
colleagues.
but don't argue.
Colleagues deal
I'm going
with
to give
it.
you 1 minute at the
Thank you.
very end.
This is my time.
You're getting 1 minute, sir. We have to shut this down. Okay, so let's proceed.
Go ahead,
because we
Dave.
have
You
limited
can-
time.
Okay. I'm Deja with CTC. I'm honestly very concerned that despite community effort and even the effort of the commission, these officers are not going to be influenced to admitting when they're wrong. They're supposed to be maintaining law and order, but when Trevor Kirk brutalized an innocent woman in the Winco parking lot, deputies rallied behind him, raising thousands of dollars on a GoFundMe. Trevor Kirk was found guilty in court. Deputies rallied behind him even more. Over 20 stations boycotted the Baker to Vegas relay race. And now that GoFundMe is at $49,000. They even have a petition asking President Trump to pardon him. And we're working with recommendations for a force that has no respect for the rule of law if it means that one of them doesn't get a pat on the back. Kirk brutalized folks in the AV, the same community that the Nunez family, the Youngblood family are from. We cannot continue to make these concessions with deputies who having above the law mentalities, which clearly runs deep in these stations in the AV. If they feel the way that if they feel this way about a judge's decision, how do you think they feel about these recommendations that we make?
Thank you.
Who do we have online? 1 minute each.
We have Sahara White. Sarah.
Thank you. On Sunday, March 30th of 2025, it marked the 4-year anniversary of the MCJ closure report and the 16-year anniversary of John Horton, who was killed in Men's Central Jail by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. 3,000 boy gang members. On that same day, we had 3 people die inside of MCJ. When we talk about that MCJ is literally a life or death situation, that's exactly what we mean. It's literally life or death. On April 8th, we had a presentation from the Board of Supervisors from the jail closure implementation team. And as one of my team members said, they stated it would take an additional 6 to 9 months just to figure out what the timeline would be to be able to close the jail. As we've had a record rate of 16 people dying within the first 14 weeks of 2025, I feel like that time frame is unacceptable. And we're here asking that the COC holds the COC will hold a meeting with the community and the jail implementation team every 3 months to keep us up to date on everything and to make sure we're on the right track, because we don't want the care campus that they're trying to do behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you. Online, we have Deanna Brock. Deanna, you have been unmuted.
I want to say again, please do not drop wanting the subpoena in my son Emmett Brock's case. I think his case is just as important to be subpoenaed as the other 2 cases, especially when there were so many layers to this of the FBI becoming involved, lies, a disturbing initial incident report. The force review report determined no excessive force, but it was based on lies. Investigation was conducted and signed off by a sergeant that's been named in the cover-up. And I think they don't want transparency in that case. That's why they haven't just given it to the commission when the commission has asked. I also think this is very important, especially with the political climate in regards to his rights as a transgender man. I think it's important to the LGBTQ community that these officers are trained better. These individuals go through a lot of discrimination within the community, and there needs to be more training. We don't want to see another transgender person be subject to what my son went through. There needs to be trust in the community, and that's going to come with them even voluntarily handing over the information to the commission so they can look into it. Also, my son is asking for an apology from Luna, and he has refused. His deputy pled guilty And all my son wants is an apology, and Luna is refusing. I also think it would be nice for Luna to stay for public comment on the things that he speaks on, not for the whole meeting, but I think it would show an interest in community and wanting community feedback if he doesn't just get up and walk out after he speaks without public comment. Again, thank you to the commission for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Next, we have Paloma Serna. Paloma, you have been unmuted.
My name is Paloma Serna, the mother of Elisa Serna, who died on November 11, 2019. One of the San.
Paloma?
Yes. My name is Paloma Serna, the mother of Elisa Serna, who died November 11, 2019 in one of the San Diego County jails. I'm with Saving Lives in Custody, California, and North County Equity and Justice Coalition. I remain deeply concerned about the alarming numbers of 16 in custody deaths within LA County jails. Far too many families are still searching for answers, and far too often there appears to be little or no accountability for the deputies and medical personnel involved in these preventable tragedies. The lives lost in custodies were members of our communities, sons, daughters, parents, and even our loved ones. We need the commission to continue pushing for full access to investigative records, to demand public accountability from the sheriff department, and to support legislation like AB 847 that would strengthen oversight authority. Deputies who abuse their power or neglect the well-being of those in their care must be held accountable, not protected by a culture of silence or policy loopholes. The commission plays a vital role in ensuring that justice is not only sought, but served. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last online public comment, Yusef Miller, you have been unmuted.
California, the North County Equity and Justice Coalition. I want to echo what all the impacted families have said, and peace and blessings to all your loved ones. This is an issue where we need full transparency as wide as possible, because transparency is never the enemy. Transparency is the way we root out bad actors, and to be able to use AB 847 to investigate more thoroughly and use that opportunity for oversight to have more insight to what's going on with the deputy and the possible patterns and practices of an individual deputy helps make a more solid decision when we're talking about oversight. So this transparency is very vital, and we hope that this support letter will be approved and submitted to AB 847, and we can move on with a more transparent and strengthened oversight board. This is going to be very critical. I support the families that have come here and checked the sheriffs that are in there doing an awesome job. And you can just imagine this is a time where people would normally be at work or asleep, and if they have night shifts and they still come out and join this meeting, which if it was in the evening, it would probably be better. But even though it's now, the situation is so serious that they show up. So thanks for considering vouchers for them. Thanks for making all considerations to make it easier for families to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Bonner, I turn it back over to you.
Okay. So,
Sir, you submitted one public.
No, don't respond to it, please. Don't respond to it. Sir, you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
No wonder you guys are afraid to go anywhere. I'm from the former Citizens Advisory Board. We didn't have fear like you scared little babies paid by the county. You're a joke. You just proved it. You, Judge, you're scared to death, aren't you? Scared. You admit it. Oh, we got to be here for this and that and the other thing. You don't, because the community doesn't trust you like they trust us. Ask this sheriff here, he remembers me. And when this Board of Supervisors was in trouble, he called me and Celeste King to come in and help them, didn't he, dude? You were there and you admitted it to me. You don't even know your background. You don't even know your community. None of you have ever been in that jail, so you don't know jack. They're not going to talk to you. Who would trust any of you? Now you're going to have a
No, you're done, sir.
percent of the arrest of LAPD,
Thank you, sir.
twice the overtime.
You're done, sir. Sit down. Thank you. All right.
I
So,
know who you are.
so our next meeting of this commission will be on May 15, 2025 at a hearing room to be determined. We'll get that out. And if there's a motion to adjourn, I've just seconded it and we stand adjourned. Thank you.
You got a dose, didn't you? More to come. More coming your way. Good morning, budget.
Thank you, Hans.
So